Okay, the board has reconvened from closed session, and the next item on our agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we'll move on to approval of the minutes. The chair will entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the February 9th, 2021 regular meeting of the Board of Education as presented.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The chair will entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the closed session of the February 9th, 2021 regular meeting of the Board of Education as presented.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. I have one public comment card. Lainey Hickey.
Good evening. My name is Lainey Hickey, and I'm here to advocate for the students for full in-person learning. We all have been affected by the pandemic. We have all been called on to grow, work differently, work more, and work harder. All these asks have been without having signed up for any of this. I want to thank everyone, the teachers, the administration, board members, parents, and the students who have done this willingly and gracefully. The district has done a great job with mitigations, and the numbers indicate this. Now is the time for us to return to 5 days a week with the option for those to learn from home if they choose. We should plan for this as soon as possible, possibly after spring break. We cannot possibly make up for what has been lost academically, socially, emotionally, and psychologically, but we can move forward and to prevent more loss. No matter how well our students appear, they are slowly disengaging. It is the job of our schools to let our students reach their full potential academically, socially, emotionally, and psychologically. Again, I ask the board to keep the students in mind first and to act bravely and implement full person in-school learning for those who want that. Will there be challenges? Yes. And hiccups? Definitely. Of course. But challenges should not be an excuse to make the hard but correct decision for full person learning. Please make this choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments this evening? Okay, we will move on to the consent agenda.
Joel, I'm sorry, did you want to note that there were some public comments posted in board docs?
Oh, thank you. Okay, do you know how many were?
Two, I believe.
Okay, so there are 2 additional comments that are posted for your viewing and board docs that were received via email. Okay, we'll move on with the consent agenda. The chair will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented. Number 1, approval of the February 2021 expenditure report. Number 2, ratification of the January 2021 regular payroll. And 3, second reading and approval of policy 4120.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Ms. Redonio?
Yes.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
Mr. O'Meara?
Yes.
Ms. Conover?
Yes.
Mr. Armstrong?
Yes.
Ms. Coyle?
Yes.
Ms. Hoover?
Yes.
Okay, board members have requested a change in the order for the agenda for the information and discussion items. So we're changing the orders of what's listed as 1, 2, and 3 on the agenda, and we are going to start with the academic progress update, which was item number 3, which is now number 1.
and we're going to present to the board. We've completed some progress monitoring with our students. We've had the iReady, the winter test for iReady, and the high school has completed some of their progress monitoring in December. So we'll share that information with the board, and then the admin team is here also for the next presentation, but they're here to assist with answering of questions. First, very briefly, South Early Childhood Center. There's 50 students in the program, 42 are in person, and they run a staggered schedule because you can imagine social distancing when you're talking 3- and 4-year-olds is a challenge. So they bring them in small groups to help with that process, and then they're reporting that you know, they have 100% engagement. So I think under the circumstances, they're doing a great job. Just in terms of attendance for January, Miller, they've had the remote learners 93% attendance, hybrid 95%, and the average attendance is 94%. For Manning, it's 97% for both remote and hybrid learners, and the average is 97%. The junior high reports their attendance on a weekly basis, and you can see again that overall the 5-day average for each of the grade levels, it's on par for what we would normally anticipate in our schools. And the high school attendance as well, it's right on par for what we would expect for our high school attendance at this time. In terms of the iReady test, and I'll speak to this a little bit towards the end, but the students are given the math and reading assessment in the fall, and then they're given the math reading assessment in the winter and spring. So this shows you the kindergarten iReady math in the fall, and it's color coded so that the blue, the darker color, so on the far right is always students that are performing above grade level, and then you can see where mid-kindergarten and then early kindergarten, and then students who are emerging kindergarten. At the winter for math, you can see where the students are for each of those bands. And then, is it advancing? We're having some tech problems today. It should be advancing to, there it goes. Did it move? Oh, there it goes. Okay. So the fall reading, that shows you the bands. Uh-oh. I have no idea what that is. Hopefully we'll get through this. That's the fall reading, and then the 1920 fall reading. The reason why I include this slide is this speaks to some of the challenges of giving our assessments. So this is last fall, or rather fall of 1920, so we were full in person, pre-pandemic. And this is more typical of what you expect in the fall when you give the assessment. Most of our kindergarten students enter emerging kindergarten, and then there are some that are performing at the kindergarten level. If I go back to the previous slide, you can see what this fall was. You know, we had most of our students were already at kindergarten level. Some were at the first grade level, and there's a small percentage that's pre-emerging. And one of the things that we know just from, you know, anecdotal, in some cases conversations with families, you know, we're all parents. We want the best for our children. We really want them to succeed. And sometimes we assist them a little bit too much. And so with the students taking the assessments at home, it's not a controlled environment. It's not how we typically administer the test. And so it is a very difficult year to kind of draw comparisons for that reason. And so I just wanted to include that slide so you can see what a more typical year would be when we start versus what we were experiencing at the beginning of this year. Now, when you get then to the winter, the students who are in person will administer the test in school, And the remote learners, again, were taking the test at home. And so, again, you're looking at different controls, different variables. And so while we're looking at the data, you know, again, it's difficult to draw those comparisons. If we look at, for first grade, the fall math, this is where the students hit in the fall. And then you can see where they were in the winter. And then it was asked if we could then take a look at, so the next slide, the same students when they were in kindergarten when they took the winter assessment. So you can kind of see where they were at in terms of being at grade level versus where they are this year. So, and again, not quite apples to apples because they took the assessment in person last year, and this year some of our students are remote. If we go down then to first grade reading, you can see where they were at in the fall, and then where the students are at in the winter. And again, we can take a look at when these students were in kindergarten and they took the winter assessment, where they were at that time. Second grade, again, this past fall, and we can take a look at where they were. This is math, where they were when they took the winter assessment. And then again, when these students were in first grade, when they took the winter assessment, where they were at. And then we can go on to second grade reading, the fall, winter, and then again, where the students were when they're in first grade taking the assessment in the winter. Moving on to third grade, their fall math assessment this year, their winter math assessment, and then where they, when they were in second grade, when they took the winter assessment, where they were at. Third grade, the fall, this past fall, where they were at the winter assessment, and then as second graders when they took their winter reading assessment. Fourth grade, fall math, winter math, and then as third graders, their winter math assessment. Fourth grade, their reading in the fall, their winter reading assessment, and then as third graders, their reading winter assessment. For fifth grade, their fall math, their winter math, and then when they were fourth graders, their winter math assessment. Fifth grade, their fall reading, their winter reading, and then as fourth graders, what their winter reading assessment was. Sixth grade, their fall math, their winter math, and then as fifth graders, their winter math assessment. And then the sixth grade fall reading, where they were at in the winter. And then as fifth graders, their winter reading assessment. Seventh grade, their fall math, their winter math, and then as sixth graders, their winter math assessment. The seventh graders, their fall reading. I went too far. Their winter reading. And then the sixth grade, where they were at the end of, or the current seventh grade when they took the assessment as sixth graders for the winter. And then eighth grade, their fall math, their winter math assessment, as seventh graders when they took the winter math assessment. And then eighth grade, their fall reading, their winter reading, and then as seventh graders, their winter scores. In terms of the iReady, there was an increase from winter 2020 to fall 2020 because of the status of the pandemic in the spring. The spring iReady assessment wasn't given to our students, and so we don't have that data. The average scores decreased from fall 2020 to winter of 2021. The fall of 2020 students, again, they took the test at home, and again, it's not a controlled environment. And then the winter of 2021, most of our students took the test in school and in a controlled environment, but we still have a percentage of our students that were taking the assessment at home. Manning their local assessment, you can see where they're at in terms of students who are not meeting standards, working towards or meeting standards for each of the months for the various executive functioning skills. And then again, other executive functioning skills. In terms of engagement, the Westmont Junior High, they're basing on the students who are engaged completing work, and you can see that overwhelmingly the number of students who are engaged in learning. The high school, they have a different assessment than K-8, and their assessment is based upon what they're held accountable with the SAT. And so they benchmark their freshmen, sophomores, and juniors in September, then they assess them again in December. And similar to what appears on the school report card, they then determine if their students are below standards, approaching standards, or are meeting and exceeding standards. And so you can see where each class was in September compared to where they are now in December. They also give a local writing assessment to the students. And again, they assess the students in September and December using those same three criteria, whether they're below standards, approaching, or meeting, exceeding. And again, you can see where students were in September compared to where they are now in December. And then also the math is tied to the SAT. And again, the sophomore, freshmen, juniors, where they were in September, and now where you see them in December. The high school, 100% of the students are on track for graduation, which if you remember when we were sharing data at the beginning of, or during the first semester, they really have done a lot of heavy lifting to get the students where they need to be. 90% of the seniors are on track for graduation, and 98% of the students took the SAT. It's one of the only tests that school districts still had to give, was in the fall, the SAT. All the other exams were waived. It was waived in the spring, but then this fall we had to give it to our juniors, and we're able to have 98% of our juniors tested. In addition, the high school has 53% of their students in hybrid, 42% in remote, and 94% of the students are engaged. I'm not sure what happened here. I think that's, oh, and then, and again, just in terms of the interventions, you know, we know students have gaps in their learning, and so Each of the buildings are bringing small groups of students in for additional support. The admin team, they're making several home visits, meeting with families, especially students who are not engaged, numerous conferences with parents and students, providing additional time for work completion, allowing redos, retakes, and again, we're working on a robust summer school. It's somewhat, there still will be a summer school. We're still working as a consortium throughout DuPage County, but I don't want to share any details because it's already morphed a little bit from when I shared information with the board. But we are working on a summer program for our students so that, again, to close some of those gaps to get them ready for that next grade level. At that, I'll open up to questions and myself or our administrators.
I have a question. I guess just generally speaking, Kevin, I mean, these are great numbers and appreciate the data. It's a lot of information to process, and even though we've had it and have been trying to process, it's still a lot. So I guess I'm wondering if you could just speak to, and the admin team is here, and maybe they can speak to it as well, but how are we feeling about how the students are doing? I mean, is this, I'm hearing you say we're a little bit down, the winter assessments were maybe a little bit down from the fall for the elementary and junior high, and you know, the scores for the high school, it looks like some have improved since the winter, but not dramatically. So how are we feeling? Is this where we would be in a typical year, or is this behind where we would be in a typical year? And if it's behind, is that significant? Can you just kind of voice over
Sure.
for us?
Yeah.
Sure. Go ahead.
6 feet, please.
Okay, so I'll speak for Manning, and then I guess if Miller wants to go. So I don't know what order we're going to go into. There is a difference from last year to this year. I mean, we are in a pandemic, so we have to acknowledge that we are all making sacrifices and we are all working very hard. What's really great about the iReady data as a piece of the data is we can look at overall trends, which you're not seeing in this data, but we can break down the score by grade level, by classroom, and then by specific skill. So we want to look at trends. And that's something that we can use iReady for moving forward, specifically in the fourth quarter, because you do have to remember that we've switched models. We're now in day, I think, 20 of hybrid 2.0. And so now the next step is teachers have learned how to balance these models, and now you have to provide that quality instruction, whether it be whole group, small group, and making a more robust learning experience. So I think it's important just to readdress the fall to winter, especially for the little kids, is the data. You know, you can see the trend drop. You can also ask the parents who was helping, who was asking questions at home, and so I think that's really something that we needed to look beyond iReady and look at our classroom assessments, our PLC work to provide formative assessments to really see where our kids are at, and then those small group opportunities where you can assess in the moment and really see where the deficits are. So yes, we're off, but I feel like we're in a great place and we've been able to move forward slowly because of the programs and plans we have in place despite pandemic.
Speak a little bit. A lot of kudos to our teachers and parents that are doing a lot more than they would in a typical year. We definitely don't have as much face-to-face time with kids in our classroom, so there's no way that we would be in the same position if the kids were in the building all day long. But I can tell you the teachers are working real hard at giving feedback that they've never given at this level with some of the platforms like Seesaw and Otis. The feedback component has definitely been escalated to a level that is the forefront of what we're doing to be successful. The kids that are falling through the gaps are the ones that don't have the mom or dad or someone at home sitting with them on the remote computer. Those are the kids that we're really worried about. So there's a little bit more percentage of students that are falling because they're not either attending or they're in the remote session and it's just not working for them. So Those are the kind of the two components that I would say are highlighting our current school year. We're making it work with the amount of minutes that we're with the kids. Anyone that's comfortable having their kids come in, that half day is very powerful. And the pieces that they have for the 44 kids we keep in the building all day long, very powerful. And then for the most part, the families that are Zooming in the afternoon with their teacher in small group, that's working for them too. So it's just, it's a lot of moving parts that are making it work for the current school year. But at no point would we say this is where they should be in a typical year all the way around. So there's definitely a handful of kids that we're really concerned about.
Hi, everybody. So in regards to Westmont Junior High School, what we would say is that we're fortunate for those that choose in person. Right now, we have 38 minutes of those core content area classes. It's really the classes that are exploratory, STAR, and then PE that are going to be remote at home. So we're still seeing, for those that choose in person, we're still seeing students on a regular basis. Now, when we talk about the data, I would echo what I'm hearing from my colleagues. The data, we're not going to be at where we were at in a typical year. With that being said, the iReady data really kind of drills down for us and is much more user-friendly than MAP, in which we've used in the past. The problem is we haven't had a clear year of using iReady data or iReady testing. So last year, we had the testing, 2 benchmarks. We had it in the fall and the winter, and then we didn't have the spring because of the pandemic. This year, Westmont Junior High School has done remote testing for both the fall and the winter, and so the data it's good. We have some positive trends that we're seeing, but it's definitely not going to be the same that we've seen in a non-pandemic year, now that we've gone through that. Okay.
I have a quick question. Just
Yes.
to clarify, this is the second year that we're using iReady?
So for Westmont Junior High School, it's the second year. The year prior, the elementaries started working with it at the ELA, I believe. Is that accurate? Math. I'm sorry, I switched that at math, and then they were telling us at the admin table how amazing it was. And so Amy and I were looking at them like, well, why are we doing iReady at the elementary, MAP at the junior high, and then PSAT and so on over at the high school? So we decided, after looking at it and seeing what was going on, that we would use it at the junior high school as well. So it'd be a more fluid experience for the students, and it would be more honest longitudinal data. So yeah, I would love to say this is the second full year from pre-K or K to 8th grade, but it's not true.
Yeah, I mean, I think, to what Laura said, and I think I saw a few head nods, the data is really cool to see. I think it's really hard to pull any meaning from it at this point. We need really 3 regular years before we can see any sorts of trends. And so I think it's important to just kind of keep that in mind as far as any decision making that's happening around that particular set of academic data. And it seems like, in general, the sentiment I'm hearing is just that, and this is no different for any school, the students are struggling a little this year. It's, to be expected, I think, all around.
That's accurate. And Mr. Carey had shown the intervention slide that we have up there right now. And one of the nice things is our Wednesday, and that's when we're really hitting the interventions, the engagement piece. We're working with truancy officers when we need to do that. Not too often, but we are. And then we're also hitting some enrichment during that period of time too. So that is very helpful in trying to fill in some of those gaps that we are noticing.
How successful are you with reaching, the hard to engage students, I'd say? I know when we first started the school year, there was some, worry that we weren't reaching those kids or parents, but how are we now with that?
Absolutely. That's a great question. So in the beginning, we didn't have our Wednesdays, and we have, because of my assistant principal, and then we have a team at Westmont Junior High School. They've been going through the data on a weekly basis. On Tuesday mornings, we come together, the teams come together, they crunch the data, they're looking at everything, they're looking at the students, who's having a hard time engaging, who's doing okay. And then it's not just about academics, it's also about the social emotional piece as well. which we hit more heavily on Wednesdays than our typical years. And then we go through our data review process. We're on the phones. We're using Wednesdays for that time for reteaching to occur. We've got, thanks to the Board of Education and the admin, at the admin building, we also have tutoring that's available on Tuesday and Thursday nights. We're making the phone calls, you're not showing up, why aren't you there? So it is taking, all of these different things to come together to hit those. So I'd say we're much more, and you'll hear this in part of my presentation tonight, I believe that we're much more fine-tuned now than we were in the very beginning, but it didn't take so long to get there. It's all hands on deck. Thank you.
And I was just going to jump in, just summarize it very well. We started the iReady Math in the 18-19 school year. 19-20 was the first time we were rolling it out, math and reading. Spring is when our staff was really starting to hit their stride, because it's a very valuable tool, because after the students are assessed, the teacher can, as Lindsay said, they can drill down into the actual skills where the students need to get better and improve. And then there are recommended strategies to use with the students to get them there. There are also additional practice for the student to do independently. And then we couldn't give the spring assessment, and then we started giving the assessment during the pandemic. And one of the anecdotal pieces that, again, and it's just, when you've been using it for 5 years, now you're starting to see some trend data. We don't even have trend data. So we're trying to show you where we think we're at. But the other thing, too, is the anecdotal data. We had parents contacting our teachers in the fall saying, these exercises are too difficult for my child. But again, the exercises are based upon how their child performed on the assessment, which was another indicator that the work wasn't always done independently. And so students were performing better than possibly they normally would have. We've also had, because we know our students so well, we've also had our teachers say, wait a second, where the assessment is saying this child is at with their performance, they are not there, they are over here. And so it's something that as well that we're making adjustments.
We had that at our house. My son was just clicking the button to get to the next page, and his teacher was like, wait a minute. So it's difficult. I want to make sure we don't miss Jack for the high school too.
Jack, you want to jump in here?
Hi, everyone. So if I hear Laura's question correctly, it's, we can't deny that there's been learning loss. I mean, that's just inevitable, right? I mean, less instructional time, less personal contact. So that's happened. And some students, surprisingly, have actually thrived in this environment, which is interesting. And so for some students, it's been incredibly difficult and very harmful. So we have both of those things. So to answer, I mean, inevitably, kind of like Lindsay alluded to, there's been learning loss. There's no question about that. What I will say in light of that, though, is I do think, and I know that the teachers have been amazing in the way they've adapted, and I'm really proud of them. I think they're the best staff anywhere, and I continue to believe that. And I think you'd really be proud to see the way that they all have reached out. I mean, as Kevin showed, we had 99% of our freshmen, or 100% of our freshmen are on track for graduation. That was a really Herculean effort because a lot of the freshmen making the transition struggled. I give a lot of credit to Megan Vervink and Kevin Weck because they made so many home visits, did whatever it was going to take, bought these kids coffee and lunch and sat with them in small groups and hounded them until they got over the hump. And I'm really proud of our parents too, because I see many local communities, and I know our parents have expectations as they should, but I think they've been very reasonable. And that's just who I think our Westmont parents are, quite frankly. And it's a beautiful thing as an administrator, because I've worked in many different communities, all of them fine, but it's one of the powerful things about Westmont, I think. Expectations, but reasonable, supportive people. So I could go on, but I think, yeah, there's been some learning loss, no question. But I think we've done the best we can under the circumstances. Does that answer the question?
Yes, thank you.
And to that point, I think it's really hard. I think it really ties into our next conversation of where do we go from here, not just for fourth quarter, but summer programming and the fall and the whole next school year. So there's been, despite amazing efforts by administration and teachers, there has been loss because of the situation, which was impossible. So I think in the spirit of being proactive, I wonder if we could have, so when you guys were talking, I was looking at, we've got 4 more meetings before the end of the school year. And it's so helpful to hear what you guys are saying of where we're at as a district. And I was curious if we could have each school present one more time about where their students are at, not in the spirit of being critical, but in the spirit of being supportive and saying, how can we be proactive, regardless of what fourth quarter looks like? How can we be proactive this summer, and what do we need to do next year to support our students where they're at, our staff where they're at? And we don't know what next year will look like as far as the pandemic goes, but I think that would be helpful for me, and I don't know if the board feels similarly. It doesn't have to be long, but just.
Sure.
Can I add something to that? Because I like that idea, and it is, I agree, so helpful to hear from all of you in person. And I think that the slides with the iReady stuff can just feel a little overwhelming, and so I think it could be really helpful to maybe digest some of that a bit more, and maybe identify within each building based on all of our data, not just necessarily the standardized test data, which we know historically there are so many different issues with that at every school, but maybe attendance data and, whatever else it is. Like, this is what we're identifying as our primary area of need for the next school year. This is like our big area of focus based on all of this different data, and so those goals are set and ready to go, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
I
like
don't know if
that.
I'm ready to give that direction yet. I'd like to see the next presentations and get the information from there. And then I also know that the meeting on the 16th is fairly important. So before I give that direction, or have at least give my opinion of that direction, I'd like to get to those meetings and see if we already have the answers to those questions.
I had a question on the iReady piece of it. The numbers, the guardrail numbers, do those change from year to year? Based on like all of the students who take iReady? So is, at kindergarten grade 2, the score is 537 to 560. Could that next year be 521 to, no, it's always kind of that 537? Okay.
What may change from your, because it is a norm test, will change, like, I didn't give you like percentile, what percentile our students were in, so that is something, the percentile is something that's norm, but the actual, those scores do not change.
Okay, they're kind of like scoring of it. Awesome, thank you. And I also just want to really quickly thank all the administrators for, I'm sure every single one of you was in your building many more than 12 hours ago this morning. And we appreciate each of you being here. It's really, really incredibly impactful when you guys are here and we hear your voices. So thank you, and thanks for all that you're gonna give us tonight, yeah.
Now, the one thing and I don't know if we're transitioning to the second presentation, but the other thing too is, we're already having conversations about next year, and the one thing that I know, just conversations, Nadine's not here, Nadine Norris is our Director of Teaching Learning Technology, but the conversation Nadine and I have been having is it's about acceleration, it's not about remediation. So next year is about acceleration, and it's really gonna, our teachers are really gonna have to be familiar with what those exit outcomes are for the prior grade, and obviously their own curriculum. And we're going to be doing pre-assessments and saying, okay, what do we need to work with for these students, and what things do we not need to work on? So again, our theme is acceleration, so that's going to be our focus for the next year.
Yeah, and that's really helpful, Kevin, and I just want to say too that I heard what Dana said, and I you know, I think everybody's commented how great it was to hear from the administrative teams. And I think even going back to what Gary said, we're all trying to balance how we can get the information we need to help you do your jobs the best you can for all of our students without burdening you more. And I think that's the, you know, just to put it on the table, that's the delicate balance we're trying to strike. And so, you know, but hearing those types of things, Kevin, and more about what you are looking at for summer and next year, it kind of helps us prioritize, or helps us help you prioritize when we're saying, you know, we got to get the kids back into school right now. We got to do summer school. We got to do a strategic plan. We've got to do elementary school planning. It's a lot, and we're saying, help us help you with those decisions. And the more we can talk and have information and have these dialogues, the better we're going to be able to help. And I think that's, I don't know if I'm stating that correctly, guys, but that's, yeah. That was really helpful, just hearing what you said about acceleration.
Sure.
Okay, any other comments on the academic progress update for now? Okay, then we will move on to the update on the 2020-2021 school year.
And I did update a little bit today. We've got some new data. You know, always I present the positivity rate in our area and that information. But before I jump into it, though, I should have started with this. I do want to thank our administrative team who's here tonight. They are doing an amazing job this year in a very difficult task. I do, you know, and I understand wanting to hear their voices, and I agree it helps to have them here. I feel bad that I'm asking them to give up an evening, you know, because I know the amount of time everybody's putting in and the weekends and everything. So, but I do appreciate them being here tonight and all the work that they're doing. You know, they're doing an amazing job. Again, just I know, you know, I keep repeating some of the slides each week, but I think it's important for people who are just maybe starting to pay attention, possibly, that they see the information. But again, we're in phase 4, tier 1 mitigation as a state, and so that doesn't change anything with the mitigations that we have in place. We still have to maintain all those same mitigations that we've been utilizing, and the largest group size you can have is 50. Again, phase 5 is when the vaccine is available or effective treatment is widely available, or no new cases over a sustained period of time, and so we're not quite at phase 5. As a district, every decision we make, and as we're processing fourth quarter, we're still using these guiding principles, you know, our health, safety of our students and staff, making sure that academically we're meaningful and engaging, we're aware of the social and emotional needs of our students. That consistency, and Lindsay pointed that out, this is like day 20 of hybrid, right? So that consistency is important. And then we're continuing to provide professional development and learning opportunities for our staff. As a matter of fact, this Friday is an Institute Day, and our staff will be involved in professional learning opportunities to improve their practice. Our COVID data, this is our last board meeting was February 9th, and so this is as of February 9th. We've had one of our certified staff test positive for COVID, so that brings 7 to date. We've had 2 that had a quarantine for the 14 days because of exposure. We've had 15 to date, and we've had 2 who could not self-certify, and 5 total. And then a non-certified ledger, no new positive cases. We've had 1 that has had to quarantine, and nobody who was not able to self-certify. The students' attendance, and now that we've been back in session since January 19th, we've had 1 South student who tested positive for hybrid, who was a remote student. Banning has had 23 students who could not self-certify. Miller 8, the junior high school 11, and 1 tested positive, and then 5 at the high school. It just so happened that I got an email from one of our nurses today, and when I update this for the next board meeting, these numbers are gonna go up. I don't know what's happening, but we're starting to see a few more students that are needing to quarantine. In terms of athletics, boys basketball has played 3 games. 1 game was canceled, ironically, due to weather. They have 2 games this weekend, and the girls basketball has played 5 games. The game was canceled due to weather. The girls will play 1 more game this weekend. We've had no games that had to be canceled due to COVID for either team, and the athletic department's following all the COVID protocols. And then we've had no athletes or coaches that have had to quarantine due to COVID. And we are working on the fan piece. I know that's something that our parents would like to see. Again, it's the dynamics of trying to, the social distances that's required between the bench, the fans, and the cheerleaders. We're trying to balance all those things, and we want to make sure that we do it well. Our local positivity rates, unfortunately, they're starting to tick up a little bit. Westmont is 3.4, Downers Grove is 7.58, Clarendon Hill 7.14, Hinsdale 5.88, and our average for our area is 6%. That's as of February 22nd. We've been trending lower than that, and so it's a little bit of an uptick. This is the school metrics that DuPage County provides to districts, and again, for the most part, things are trending very well. We're still over 100 new cases per 100,000. That's what puts us in substantial. That's the red box. The one other area that always you kind of watch is new cases for individuals under 20 years of age, and that's trending up a little bit since the last Monday. So we're keeping an eye on that, but right now, substantial. The CDC, and I think I shared the document with the board, the CDC came out with new guidance for schools and thresholds for schools. The 2 factors the CDC says are most important to watch are positivity rates and then also new cases per 100,000. That's also what we kind of tie our decisions on as well. For the CDC, if you're over 100 cases per 100,000, that's high level of transmission and above 10% positivity. Substantial is 50 to 59 new cases per 100,000 and positivity rate of 8 to 9.9%. And then you can see the moderate is when we drop below 50. Again, right now we're at 128 new cases per 100,000. With the CDC, if whichever indicator is the higher threshold, that's the default. So our positivity rate would put us in the moderate, but the new cases per 100,000 puts us in the high level of transmission. But that cases per 100,000 is trending lower. It keeps decreasing, so that's a good sign. So hopefully next Monday we'll drop below the 100 new cases per 100,000. And then again, they provide guidance for schools when schools are in the high to substantial transmission. They're recommending hybrid learning, possibly middle schools and high schools and virtual, but they reference that if you can maintain hybrid, stay in hybrid, which we've been able to maintain. When we start to get to the moderate level of transmission, that's when they're recommending full in-person instruction. And all this is based upon maintaining mitigation. So students wearing masks, social distancing of 6 feet, hand washing, sanitizing spaces, quarantining when you're exposed. So all those things continue to play a role. For our district, what we've been using for hybrid to date is our positivity rate, less than 10%, or new cases per 100,000, less than 200. And so we're meeting both of those criteria, so we're in hybrid. And again, that's as long as we're following our safety protocols, we're not experiencing outbreaks, we have adequate staff and students available, and we're able to do our contact tracing if needed in 24-hour period. We're able to check off all those boxes. Again, in summary, DuPage County, their positivity rate is the county's less than 5%. Our immediate area is 6%, but as a county, it's about 4.4%, so it's below the 5%. Our positivity rate right now is 3.4%. The average of our local community is 6. The cases of persons under 20, that's increasing. The last couple of meetings, it's been decreasing. And again, our new cases per 100, our new cases per 100,000 are over 100. Quick update on the vaccine, and even this has changed a little bit. Again, they started administering the vaccine to Tier 1B January 25th, and we've been working with the ROE and the DuPage County Public Health Department. I think I may have shared this at the last board meeting or possibly in a board update. What has become apparent is that each health department prioritizes how to distribute the vaccine. Other counties are prioritizing educators differently than how DuPage County has been or is. And so that's why the frustration and delay. There are some districts who have been able to find providers. We're working with 2 providers. The one change is either one of 2 things are going to happen that we're hoping. We're working with the DuPage County Health Department to either do something similar to what King County did. Just we need X number of vaccines for educators in DuPage County. Get that number of vaccines, set up 2 days, some common location, and everybody goes for their vaccine. If we can't get that, then the other thing to do is at least 10% every week goes to school districts. We've been talking among the school districts. We might even share that then among all the school districts so that it's not just one school district this week and another school district the next week, so that we can start to see more and more of our staff get vaccinated. Right now, and this is fluid because people are getting appointments, our staff is being encouraged to get the vaccine from other avenues. We provide them with links. We've got roughly about 31 that have been vaccinated. Again, by the end of the week, that'll increase. That's roughly, when you include coaches, teachers, everyone that would need a vaccine, it's right around 10% of what we need as a district. So we're chipping away at it, and then hopefully we can get the rest of it through the DuPage County Health Department.
So Kevin, just to pause there for a second, when you say that number has been vaccinated, does that mean they've had both shots and they're fully,
No.
Whatever it is, 2 weeks or whatever you have to wait until it's full?
No, most of that number has received 1.
Okay.
So by vaccinated, the 1 shot, most of them are waiting on the 2nd shot. We might have a couple that have already received the 2nd shot.
Got it.
But that's not, no, I apologize, that's not fully vaccinated.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify, thank you.
And were we able to answer the question if we can track or ask if people have been vaccinated? Like,
Yes, we are.
we are, okay.
So, I mean, every week, I do an update for our staff on a weekly basis as well. And every week I give them an update on where we're at in terms of a vaccine for our district, but then also encouraging them to get the vaccine and then report to Shannon when they receive it. So then, again, there's a spreadsheet with the ROE that we keep updating how many vaccines we need, so that they have a good handle on exactly what it is that we're going to need.
Okay, thank you.
So, yep. And then we're going to talk about the 4th quarter in a second, but some of the things I know the board has been wondering about in terms of adding Wednesdays, definitely Manning and Miller, we can add the Wednesdays. John will speak to the junior high the Wednesday afternoon. It's the way he does his schedule. He potentially would lose his junior high PLC time. The high school is bringing students in on Wednesdays. It's their struggling learners to provide additional support. And then, and again, the principals are going to share additional thoughts about extending the school day during the 4th quarter. And so with that, I am going to turn over to
So I wanted to take a moment and say thank you. I appreciate greatly the acknowledgement and the understanding that we've gone through. I appreciate being able to be here to really share with you how amazing our staff at Manning has been. I'm going to compete for the best staff that Jack says, but I think our whole entire district is amazing. You will see, as we talk about later, the dedication that our teachers, every staff member, teaching assistants, our front office, supervisors in every role, and our custodial staff, every single person is a part of this plan. And so when we think about what we are doing next, we want to think about it in a way that every person is a part of that plan to make it successful. And when we start to lose those people for a variety of factors, or we diminish the quality of what we're able to do, we're not doing it in the best way we can. So I just want to thank once again the staff that we have at Manning, because as we move forward together, we feel like we are making those small gains. And so we keep in mind the end goal, which is what we're talking about now, is hopefully getting back to some sense of normalcy and a full day. How we do that in a way that makes sense and that we don't have to regress and lose on all the progress that we have made so far. So just really quickly, the protocols that we have: students are wearing masks in the building. They take mask breaks outside. At this time, CDC still 6 feet apart, and that is a huge barrier that we have for spacing at Manning and Miller, and the reason we're in some of the configurations we're in now. The cleaning and disinfecting schedule for the common spaces. And then we do have self-contained classrooms, 4th and 5th grade, because they are cohorted models. They do not switch during the day. They switch, either the teacher moves or they switch every other day. So it's just important to know that those are self-contained spaces, and those spaces, if students are moving over, from one day to the next, that those spaces are accommodated for in order to make that happen safely. So the biggest thing that we talk about, and I appreciate the board sharing the why of, what do we want to look at for a full day, is really analyzing our instructional time. And so we took a look at our pre-COVID and where we're at now. I'm not going to go through all of these pieces, but I was actually a little bit shocked of, we really have maximized our time in person for hybrid. So when our kids have the opportunity to be in person in the morning, we look at when our kids are, usually for the youngest, ready and willing to learn. That hot spot that everyone is wanting in elementary is like that 9 o'clock spot. So we really do take into account when is our prime time for learning. So if you look at the big discrepancies and thinking about where could we improve, through we call it school, like our data team, our school-wide problem-solving team, we definitely see math as a need for small groups. We've prioritized our reading, and then also our specials. There are pros and cons to it all. Specials were part of my favorite times in school, but really thinking about what teachers need to provide quality instruction versus what are some things that can be a little bit more flexible. We think about what we can do and what we can do really well. Of course, these are averages, so each grade has a little bit of a difference, and then depending on the day, depending on the classroom needs, those things can be adjusted. So one thing that, in looking at the data, I really thought about is, okay, we're missing a lot of instructional time. And so when I did that dive into what did it look like before and what does it look like now, we also have to take into account when we're moving to a full day, we are building in a lunch and a recess, which is a natural break. Lunchtime is something we're going to have to talk about because it is a big barrier. Not that it can't be done, but it does require some things to make it happen safely. We have bathroom breaks, which are natural breaks where classrooms are able to obviously use the washroom, but it is a time to break up the instruction for little kids that are moving around and sitting in one place for a long time, especially with some of the circumstances we have now, can be a real big challenge. Recesses, and then just natural transitions throughout the day. We call them oftentimes soft skills or opportunities for kids to rest their mind, take a break. It gives an opportunity for maybe teachers to check in with kids. Those are parts of the school day. Those are things that might be happening a little bit more at home than they are in person because our breaks that we give, 10, 15 minutes max during that hybrid time, we also have to remember that we are also teaching two different populations of kids, students that are remote and students that are in person. And that changes day to day, especially with the quarantining of certain students. You can see Manning has, I think it was 25 up there that we've had recently. So when we think about what we really are missing, and then how do we close this part right here? So captive audiences of students. This one is really hard to get around because we don't have all of the kids in the building the way we want to. I don't know of any school, gosh, in high school maybe Rose. We don't learn best in those models, but that is what we're forced to do right now. And so even though having the kids in the building, the way in which we instruct looks so different. And so we have to acknowledge that. So even though we have kids in the building for captive audience, the ways in which we instruct really have to change. WIN was something that we have spent so much time in Manning really honing to provide enrichment and intervention for students. And it's something that we just don't have the same opportunities to do. And so it's something that we miss greatly, and we can't wait till it comes back. We've provided it throughout the day, where there is a flood of reading specialists and special ed that kind of attacks each grade for a portion of the day in a systematic approach to help in that small group during hybrid. But it does not replace the flexible grouping that we were really able to start moving forward with pre-COVID. And then the other piece is socialization and opportunities of students in collaboration, and just learning what lunch models could potentially look like. It is sad, it can happen, but kids are eating in spaces, some are on dots, they're staring at walls, they're all facing one direction. So I just want to be realistic in the thinking of the quality. Can it happen? Yes, and we can make anything happen because I believe in our district, but we really want to think about what is the next step that makes sense, and that we can sustain that in a way that's safe. So keep moving forward. One of the biggest things that I think needs to be shown for Manning is the fact that over the course of this school year, there have only been 4 times throughout the entire year, with an exception of an unexpected leave, where teachers needed a sub. 4 times in the entire year. So when we talk about dedication, we talk about hard work, that number does not lie. I know it's going to change because as we get vaccinated and we think about the sustainability of our staff to do what they're doing, 4 times. There are sometimes 4 times we needed a sub in a day, 4 classrooms we needed to cover. 4 times in a year is a big thing. So I think if us just giving accolades and sharing how proud we are, this shows our dedication. I think it's also important to think about as we're building our schedule and we're thinking about fuller days and we're thinking about what's best for kids. In order for kids to be successful, we need us to be successful and to feel supported and to be able to maintain what we're being asked to do. So we'd keep all those things in mind because we are all in this together. So 4 options. I'm going to try to go through them quickly. Option 1 was pretty simple because it was already presented. It was adding the Wednesdays. It's something that we feel we can do safely. The cleaning protocols have been in place, and it's something that would definitely add time to our day. What we really want to look at is small group instruction in the afternoon, as Tim will share too. When working with small groups, we can't get closer than 6 feet, so still being in that Zoom is what's been most powerful. And remotely in the afternoon, we have the time to add it. And then we look at what specifically, thinking of math as a need of where we've lost instructional time, building in small math groups would be an option that really makes sense based on our data, not just through iReady, but also through the assessments that we're seeing. And then when we analyze data kid by kid, we're seeing those same trends. So benefits of option 1, 5-day consistency. Something really important for the little kids as we switch models. Yes, they're resilient and flexible, but we're talking about towards the end of the year where stamina fades anyway as the weather gets warmer and we're all tired of COVID, so just something to keep in mind. We are providing in this model 3.5 hours a week of in-person time for those that choose it. And then we're also thinking about building a more robust small group. So that means more personalized attention with skill deficits, which we have seen proven, success with our students. Consideration is stamina. I will still say that the kids by 11:30 are tired. It is hard to stay in a space. I'm having a hard time standing here right now, keeping my mask up. So I can understand for kids, and we're pushing them very, very hard. And they're rising to the challenge. So we just got to weigh, what is it worth and how far do we push before we start to see a diminished return. Option 2, and that requires both Kim, the busing company, and Tim as a part of this, is adding Wednesdays and then adding a 30-minute block at the end of the day. So instead of dismissing at 11:30 and Miller dismisses at 11:45, we would flip it around and we would dismiss at 12. Gives us another 30-minute block of time, and we have those kids in as captive audiences we're going to have. Can't say they're not going to be hungry, but we're really trying to maximize that time before lunch. Lunch is a big hurdle where it's going to take every single person and more in order to make it work in the first place. It adds the opportunity for small groups in math, which is a focus we're really thinking of. And then it adds 6 in-person hours per week, if I did the math correctly. 2 things we need to think about, and I have to think of the junior high and some of our families that travel between buildings. Does that impact dismissal and arrival? So something we'd have to discuss. Is it possible for the bus company to do that? And then we have to remember the way we have it set up now is so that the kindergartners and the first graders are on the bus the least amount of time. This would have them probably on the bus 15 minutes longer. So things to think about. Bus riders are going to be having that late lunch, but an option. Okay. Option 3 is to keep the same master schedule that we have and run it for a full day. The benefits is we're talking about adding more hours to the day, arrival at 8, dismissal at 2. And the reason we're talking about a dismissal at 2 is we have to think about teacher plan time. And we're really taking away a lot of that during the day that we had before because we're going to have to divvy up lunches in ways that we haven't done before. So it requires more staggering and not common lunches that we had previously. And I really don't know if we're going to be able to keep the master schedule we have. If we, how do I state this? Right now, the schedule we have is, it works. We have 281 students that are planning for hybrid and 102 that are in remote. And so that's 36% in remote. If that number changes and it increases to more kids in person, the ability to have that schedule and have only 3 lunch periods in the model we've worked out just doesn't make sense. So I want to express what an overhaul of the master schedule is for grades 2 through 5. We are able to provide intervention in reading for our students outside of what their classroom is able to differentiate. Those schedules change for all kids. Special ed minutes for every student, that schedule changes for all kids. And then the master schedule of when ELA, math, specials, although we could put specials in the classroom, those are also people that we are using because they're providing those lessons asynchronously. They are our subs right now, so that everything is internally covered, and we're actually already using our permanent sub for a leave absence that we have. So every staff, we have kind of a plan A, plan B, plan C internally before we worry about, we have a true sub for the day and we're just kind of filling that day so kids are accounted for in a safe space. Considerations that are needed for options 3 and 4, additional cleaning staff. I need a minimum of 3 people to clean the spaces in a turnover time of 15 minutes so that we're not eating lunch before 11 and we're not eating lunch after 1. You know, there's a small time frame to eat to eat lunch, and so thinking about the gym is 50 people. That nice long hallway, if you've ever seen it at Manning, we've 34 minimum with a couple maybe extra, and singleton desks facing the walls. opposite of each other, clear 6 feet, and then the cafeteria is 50 people. It's not pretty. It's not what I would ever want for a classroom or for any of my students, but if we're talking about trying something and thinking about ways, I'm gonna put it on the table. So 3 people to turn over those spaces, and it's a tight schedule even on that. So kids are gonna be moving quickly from one space to the next so that we can make sure we get lunch in there. I'm skipping forward to option 4 because I kind of went through that. The other piece that we need to think about is space in the classroom. We are really tight in 2nd grade. We've already had 1 2nd grade teacher move to another space. We've known that since the beginning, that they are the smallest classrooms, they're the oldest part of the building. If we offer a full day option, we need to put it out there to every family. That's only fair to do. And then in that case, we look at unique ways that all students can fit in the building to keep a 5-day model. Because having an A-B schedule, although it makes sense to have day on and day off, at this point in the year, we've had consistency of 4 days. We can move to 5. That's really powerful to say versus 1 day on, 1 day off. And we're still having families figure out the schedule now. It's still, still a balance that we have to go through. Another thing to think about in terms of the subbing needs, when you go to a full day, 4 subs in an entire year for that core time, I don't know the stamina of our adults to give much more than they already have. And so I can't say that that number of 4 subs will stay. And so we might have more subbing needs, and then you lose your specials. You lose the quality of intervention. I don't mind subbing in a room, I've already done it, but it takes every single person in the building to make something work. So we just want to think of something that's sustainable through the end of the year and to finish strong. So my final recommendations are either option 1 or 2. I really think 3, I could just see option 3 is not making sense because it's only working with the kids we have now. We have to think of all 382 students that would be able to come into Manning and how we find spaces for them to have quality instruction throughout a whole day. Questions? Did I miss anything? No.
Is there a thought around potentially doing option 2, extending the school day to noon for all 5 days of the week?
Yep.
That's all 5 days,
all
not
5
just
days.
Wednesday?
Yep.
Okay, I wasn't sure if that was just Wednesday. And then, and this is just something that kind of came to mind during it, small groups in the afternoon, that ability to connect with the student, right? Is the personalized attention more or less important than the physicality of being at the school if it means that it's inherently less personalized? That's kind of the thought that came to mind. And then the other piece of the small groups in the afternoon, on my concern side of it, is additional small groups in the afternoon is additional management needed by whoever the caregivers are. And I know I'm incredibly lucky to work at home, but I'm still managing. I'm doing my job and my kiddos.
Yep.
And managing more of them is concerning. So that's kind of my thoughts, although I do really potentially expanding to noon and adding Wednesday is very, 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 I like that.
Good. That was like a 3 a.m. one.
Kind of like, what can I do?
But I agree with you. When you move in the afternoon, I mean, this is in person, working with young kids. It becomes more of management in the afternoon, that personalized instruction. It's more of like, they've lost their attention. This is a long day for young kiddos. So then add masks, social distancing, and it requires a lot of thinking of, is it worth it? So I appreciate you thinking that through. In the same respect, I think teachers would agree that adding small groups in the afternoon is another management piece, and so they've even questioned that. Let's continue to improve the model we're in. We're only on day 20, and keep working at that. Adding another layer of anything is a challenge on every single person's part, including the student, but also the parent, caregiver, or what have you.
I was just going to clarify. So what what happens now with like the small groups? Are they still coming in the afternoon?
No.
No, not at all.
So small groups, because Manning and Miller are different in terms of 4 grade levels versus 2 grade levels, when we did small groups, our kids came in the morning, and we had kids in every single classroom. So it's just a different model than what Miller provides.
So you would, with options 1 and 2, you would try to get those same groups that need intervention, but in the afternoon?
It would be remote,
Oh, remote.
but
Okay,
still
okay.
remote, yeah.
So Lindsay, just a couple questions. I just want to clarify when we're looking, and maybe this is for Kevin more than Lindsay. I just want to clarify as we're looking at these recommendations, we're talking about the fourth quarter. Are we saying these are for the entire fourth quarter, or are we saying this is where we're at this moment in time, and our recommendation for, starting March 8th until a certain point in the fourth quarter? Or is there an opportunity or a thought that we would reevaluate at any point during the fourth quarter? I said that in a really long way, but you know what I'm trying to say.
And, our thinking is this would be for the fourth quarter. Part of anything, and I should have prefaced all this, part of anything that we do hinges also on the staff being vaccinated, and so getting them to that point, as Lindsay pointed out, not that it's required, right, that the staff needs to be vaccinated, but again, anything that we can do to help their mental state allows them to focus better in the classroom, and it's better for our students. And so part of what drives is getting our people vaccinated. And then also, it's, as Lindsay pointed out, it's having consistent models. In the fall, we started remote, we went 2 weeks hybrid, then we went back to remote, and there wasn't that consistency. We finally are reaching some consistency with our hybrid model. It's been tweaked in all the buildings, it's been modified, but again, teachers are hitting their stride. And so if we can lock into a model for the fourth quarter, that would be best.
I think the difficult thing about that, though, is you have some tension between the desire to have staff vaccinated and the talk about increased. Because unfortunately, in DuPage County, being vaccinated by March 8th is a high unlikely possibility. So there's just some tension there between those two, both wonderful and important considerations.
So the transition Lindsay's talking about, that can be done. It's like if the board was saying we really want to see option 3 or option 4, I would tell you really, if to have our staff make that transition, then I would push for them to be vaccinated. The transition that Lindsay's talking about, adding the Wednesday, extending the day a little bit, that I think we can do.
So why are we talking about full day then? If the expectation, if the recommendation from the district is not to start full day halfway through the fourth quarter to keep it consistent, then really, because vaccination isn't an option by the time we start fourth quarter. I just want to clarify, I'm hearing.
But we asked for full day options at the last meeting.
I feel like that's where, and again, it's so frustrating. I get it, to change to yet another schedule. I think we need to be open to, once the vaccination happens, being able to move to the full day and do the lunches. And I'm so grateful to see that plan ready to go. So I guess I'm hesitant to lock into one thing for the fourth quarter. But I just feel like at the very least right now for the fourth quarter, to say like, let's get the Wednesdays in and extend the day a little bit. Lindsay, oh yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
The extending the day, I don't know if we can guarantee, for the 11:30 to 12 requires a whole busing redo.
Right.
So that may not be March 8th. The Wednesday is an easier add. I'm going to defer to the bus. Conversations on that one.
And I was just going to add, like, I had a question also as we looked at like the CDC guidance, and I had a question, being an optimist, if we got to a point where the cases per 100,000 was less than, in that moderate range, where it says we can't. So that was part of my question as a board. Can we do that? Like they're saying, yes, try full day. So that was part of our question.
And
Can that happen?
Right.
Yeah, so, I mean, the vaccines are part of it too.
You know, again, the question asked was what my thinking is, or what, you know, and that's what I responded to. If the board, when we, you know, wants to say, but at a certain point in time when staff is vaccinated or we reach that level of new cases, I think it's what it's going to be. I don't think the positivity rate we're going to need to be as concerned about. We'd like to see us go to full day, then this team, we make that happen for you.
And I think, and I would just like to keep that option open just because we are 1 year into this. And I had another question, Lindsay, just about, and first of all, thank you so much. This is so helpful. And to hear like the brainstorming about where lunches would maybe be, and also hear the constraints about space. That is such a realistic problem to have to address. I'm also really envious of how few subs you've needed as the sub coordinator at my school. So
that's a
and I've also subbed in a lot of classrooms, so I empathize. But I think that's really helpful for people to hear, and also just the fact of like students might want to come back to the building, like as more students want to do that in person versus remote, where are they going to go is still really important. So I think it's helpful to hear all of that. And I also think, you know, for me, I would love to take a step back from some of the academic core data. I feel like you guys are doing an awesome job with that and the interventions. I think where I'm at right now, 1 year into this, and having a 6-year-old is just like, she's like, oh, I liked Manning better because they had lunch and recess and art and music. And I feel like we're at this place now where these little kids are like, you know, it's like I just go in and I do my math and my reading. Not that they don't love that, and not that the teachers are not doing an amazing job with it. I mean, my daughter ends every video with, you're the best teacher in the world, Mrs. Mullane, or, you know, whatever. But I think that's where a lot of parents are right now in the community, and community members are like, these kids are just socially, emotionally, like missing that essential piece of being a child and in school. And so even like the bathroom breaks, like that's important. And I know you guys know that. And so I just, if as much as we can, like still considering that full day option and trying to iron that out for as soon as possible, even if it's the end of this year. But in the meantime, I'm so grateful that everybody's open to adding that Wednesday and picking up some time there. I haven't asked my question yet. I'm just talking. But my question is, could you tell us a little bit about how the students are, how engaged they are with some of those enrichment and specials like the art and the PE? We've seen obesity rates increase a little bit during this pandemic as students are at home, since they're missing that recess and that PE time. So what has the engagement looked like there?
So we haven't tracked it in the same way we track engagement for our core classes, because depending on the parent and the family that you talk to, it's either please give me more, I don't want to do it at all. And so we're trying to provide, and we've built in live sessions now for art, live sessions for PE as optional. But once again, we have to prioritize what we can do and do it effectively. We also have our art teacher and our media specialist librarian providing small group instruction for 2nd grade. Like, we are really focusing on our greatest needs and thinking of how to do small groups most effectively during the day. So once again, can we make shifts? Yes, we've maximized every single member, including our PE teacher. He is the sub every day, everywhere we need him. So it's just thinking about those things. I wouldn't disagree with you at all. It's just, we have to have a focus. And so being pulled in all these directions, I would love to go full day. But thinking about, we have another presentation after this about the future. We're thinking about summer school, and then to do another overhaul of our schedule. We are all willing to do it. You know, is it our preference? No, but we are all team players and we will do it. I just think about the priorities of long term. What is that taking away from? Just thinking of Carline and how how much it takes. I mean, it's a joke, but I mean, it's really efficient. But all of those things make a school successful, and so we just really have to think about when we're thinking about the openness to a different schedule in this school year. What is it taking away from our ability to plan? Really strong summer, really strong fall full day, and do an overhaul of the schedule that makes sense, and taking into consideration what we've learned from this year.
Well, we do also have 2 of our specials teachers as kindergarten and first
That is
grade
at Miller,
teachers,
yes.
which is a factor
Yep.
as well. So we
Yes.
don't have as much, you know, our specials teachers are all not just doing subbing as well,
Yeah.
which I wonder about that piece too.
Yeah, and we've tried to be creative with SIP days and opportunities when we can to really shake it up. But once again, that planning takes a lot of time from all of us too. So we want to keep moving forward in pieces that make sense to keep getting those gains versus, you know, March 8th I don't think is realistic for a full day. I don't know who my cleaning staff is for those lunches, and I don't mind being one hand, but I need a couple more to do that effectively. So.
I think that's really fair, Lindsay, and I appreciate you saying that. And I think, you know, I think for us as the board, when we think about how we can help in this situation, I do feel like you just kind of outlined as an administrator, here's the top 5 things that I'm thinking about for the future, and one of them is full day as soon as possible. And potentially in the fourth quarter, but, you know, doing that means my attention shifts from something else. And you know, your bucket is only so big, and if we keep throwing balls in it, eventually the balls flow over the edge of the bucket. And so we have to figure out, this group has to help with figuring out, like, which balls do we want you to catch and catch well. And it, you know, I guess it's fair, I think, for us to say we think the most important ball is getting back in school full-time in the fourth quarter. I don't know that we would say that, but I think that's the conversation that we need to have in this room, and I'm glad you brought it up. So that said, I would just like, and I know we have lots more to talk about.
Lots more. This is only presentation 1.
I just want a little more information. If we are going to talk more about full day within the fourth quarter, I will definitely need more information on what lunch actually looks like. You mentioned, you know, 50 kids in 3 different areas. We don't have to have that conversation right now, but
I can give it to you.
If you have like 3 bullet points on what guidelines you're following to make sure that's the kids will be as safe as possible and the people in the room with them while they are having lunch will be as safe as possible, that would help me with just processing what a full day.
So it's assigned seating, and there are other schools that do like a 2-day or an every other day. So it's kind of where I've gotten my information from, but all seated in the same way. So if they're in a bench, like our typical lunchroom, it's 3 to one side, and they would all be facing the same direction. We'd get 50 kids easily with those tables. And then for the next lunch period, we would switch them to face the other direction. Like I said, the hallway would be facing the wall, but it's much bigger than I thought. So it has a large capacity. Gym facing, same way, facing one direction for one lunch and then switching. So assigned seat, they're in the same space every day. The hard part is going to be the transition. 50 little kids moving from one space to the next. Yes, they're passing through, but you know, we have doors and stairwells that are all specific as much as possible to grade level. So we really do have to think about how are kids traveling in and out. We will have more cross-contamination because there is no way to accommodate all one grade in one space. So we do need to get creative, thinking about dual language and partnering people still together and how we can supervise those things.
And so assigned seats, 6 feet apart. Obviously they're eating, so their masks will be down.
Yep.
How long will lunch be?
It's 20 minutes is what we have it allotted for, and 20 minutes for recess is what we're thinking. It's probably going to take more time than that, so we have to think of what supervision looks like for that. We typically have 2 supervisors for 2 grade levels at a time. If I'm remembering from last year, I can't even remember. So just thinking of how we do that, emptying milk cartons, delivering of boxes of food. We cannot do hot lunch in the same way. There are some schools that say you must dispose of everything. It has to be all paper. So we have to think through that. Is it you know, where do those lunch bins go? Do they stay with them at their desk and then they bring them down and bring them back? So lots of little things that you have to think through.
Yeah, and I guess the reason I went there with how long is, you know, the guidance that being 15 minutes directly in contact with another person, not, you know, if you add not wearing a mask and even if you're 6 feet apart, I think, you know, like it or not, this pandemic isn't over. So that concerns me a little bit, having, even though it's 5 minutes over, if we could figure out a way to get that time with the mask down while they're actually eating to under 15 minutes. And
I'm being realistic.
I
We
know,
can
and I'm not.
say
I'm
10 minutes.
I'm just saying, like, that's what's going through my brain right now.
I'm putting 20 minutes in there because let's say you give them 10 minutes to eat lunch, and that's already, that's rushing it. But for kids to get all their things together, I mean, you're talking about if one kid goes down, possibly quarantining that whole space.
Yep.
So, yeah, I appreciate you bringing it up because I'm like, okay, how do we make it work? But there are so many pieces that we can, that's why I'm saying 20 minutes, because I'm being very realistic of how long it's going to take kids, even if we have, you need to be done in 10 minutes.
Not
And
ideal either.
I mean, I do think, Laura, I hear you. It's so scary. It's a scary thought, for sure. Many schools have been able to do it very successfully, if you know, following all of the protocols that Lindsay just outlined. And so that for me, it's what I'm hearing is like we would really love a little more time to think about that, like the excess trash, the traffic patterns, a lot of things, you know. Some schools were able to tackle that last summer. We were, you know, tackling all kinds of other stuff, and now we would maybe like the summer to tackle that in a little bit more detail, because there are so many things well beyond what Lindsay said, about 1 million of them. Yep. The littlest things that you don't even think about until they come up, and then it's like, oh, we have to do this also. So it is very complex, I think, for this group, and especially this age group, and how helpful having those small groups are for them, and having that time in the afternoon, that's helpful. If we can, I think it's a huge pickup to just at least get those Wednesdays in there. So I think if we can make that the main goal, but am I hearing that correctly, that a little more time to figure out the logistics of the full day is?
Absolutely. I mean, yes, yeah. I'm just putting simply, yes.
So I just kind of want to echo Laura mentioned it a little bit. There's a very true human capital piece of this on a cost-benefit analysis. And when I think about what we're doing to complete the end of the year, what's more important to me? Does my kid have 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks at a full day of school, or does my child have the entirety of the 21-22 school year at full day? That is much more important to me. Mm-hmm. And I think that our community would agree with that we do not do what we did this year, next year, because we have so much information now, right? And all of that is going to take a significant amount of planning. It's going to take a lot of brain power, and it's going to take a lot of people continuing to work incredibly hard. Mm-hmm. And I really want to take that into consideration on that cost-benefit analysis. As much as I want the children in school all day long, especially mine, I really want that for next year. And I also want our teams to be supported in that. And if that means they need a bit of a break and a bit of a turnoff in order to make that happen, and we have to kind of keep it together for 2 more months, that's a cost. That's kind of what I'm weighing out is where is that at? Because I'm not gonna kind of candy coat it at all. As soon as we complete this conversation on Q4, I want to talk about 21-22. Like we need to have that plan in place way before we're even there. So yeah, that's just kind of something that also, and I appreciate that everybody, parents, teachers, support staff, everybody has been putting everything into it this entire year, unendingly. Yeah.
So I just want to, just for the sake of the board, we're at 8:40. So if we could just get through the rest of the presentation.
Thank you, because I was kind of waiting for a lull to
Yep.
bring that up, but we've got a lot
Jumping
here.
in.
And
You
we
took
don't
the
want to
heat,
have all our
Lindsay.
questions go to the first presenter.
Exactly. Thank you.
You're welcome.
But, yeah,
Thank you.
Awesome. I have 6 different options to pick.
and sub-options.
The quote of the day today was, our TAs are doing a really stellar job in the afternoon supervising our at-risk kids and kids that stay all day, so they're exhausted. They sat down at 2:35 when the last student left, and they're just exhausted. So they're putting a lot of hard work in to making in-person learning work for everyone. So a couple of things that make us a little different from Manning School is that we have tried lunch at Miller. We've been doing it for a good part of the last semester with a small group of students, and then since the 19th of January, we've had up to 44 students in our gym kind of piloting and doing a case study on how to serve lunch to students. So how we serve it right now is simply half the students of the 44 eat at 20 minutes, and then while the other half have their masks on, so technically they're about 12 to 15 feet apart from each other. Then the other students get their turn. So that's kind of like a little sliver of what lunch could look like in our cafeteria, because we've been trying to figure out how to do that if we go to a full-day model. But same kind of slides that Ms. Peter-Zak had in place about our protocols. Students are wearing masks 6 feet apart. All our students are self-contained, even when they go to the cafeteria for our small group work. Every student has their own self-contained desk that no one else sits at. So whether they're in the classroom or in the cafeteria, only they sit at the chair and sit at the desk that is assigned to them. So space sharing is limited. We only have 2 options. Our first one is the no-brainer, adding Wednesdays and keeping our current afternoon small group schedule in place Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Right now, our teachers are getting their plan and PLC time on Wednesday afternoons. So even though the TAs are working with students remotely in the Wednesday afternoon during our WIN block, our teachers are getting a good chunk of their weekly plan time to collaborate, plan lessons, and work with each other on those Wednesday afternoons. So we would be adding the 3.5-hour in-person learning slot on Wednesdays to our student schedule. It's consistent, which is the one thing we've been really hammering home since the day one with our 5- and 6-year-olds. Consistency is key. So having them in the building on a regular schedule is good for their brains, it's good for their bodies, it's good for their social emotional well-being. We know that, and that just seems like an easy win for everyone if we can look into that schedule starting when everyone is ready. So that would be 5 days a week when students are in session. We would continue to keep our at-risk students and our students that were identified as needing to be in full day all day long for those 4 days, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. Even with Ms. Peter-Zak's second option, our students would still get dismissed at 11:45. It would not change if Manning decided to go to the extra half hour. Our students would just get on the bus first, and then they would go, those that are on the bus would go over to, which there currently is 5 at that time. They would go over to Manning and pick up the Manning students, and we would just do a reverse role in terms of getting the kids on the bus. And then our teacher, we met 3 times with our teachers to talk about full day versus what we are currently doing. They are advocating heavily for, if instruction is key to what is working right now, Zooming in the afternoon with our students that have support, face-to-face, no mask on the computer is a lot more effective during our guided reading and our guided workshop model than having kids spread out through a classroom with masks on, yelling and interrupting their learning while some of the students are having to be independent while 3 students are working with a teacher. They're arguing that model is just not effective. If there's another question that we want to help them answer for a full day model, guided reading is so important for K1 That's their argument right now, and they kind of compel the case for what we're doing right now is working for academics and meeting with students at a small group level. So the recommendation from the teacher teams would be to continue with the morning hybrid in person. Our students that stay all day will stay Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and then everyone else would still have small group time with their teacher via Zoom remotely when their teacher is working with them in their guided reading groups. Our second option is having a full day from 8:30, which is our current start time. We did not want to disrupt the start of what we've already been doing since day one, even though it was an option to try to modify that start time. But I think for families, we want to keep that the same. For Manning, keeping it the same because it's working for the families that have kids in multiple buildings. But we would then work on a schedule on being dismissed at 2:15, 5 days a week. So that would be our full day schedule. We have the ability to modify the master schedule. Like I said, right now, our teachers are getting a good chunk of their plan time on Wednesday afternoons, so we'd have to somehow embed that during the day. As you know, we have our PE teacher, our librarian, and our music teacher all teaching kindergarten. The one nice thing about having them, our certified teachers teaching, is that our class sizes are 14 or less in every single room, with the exception of our remote learning classes. Our remote learning is it's been capped at 25 to 30, but we haven't had more than 22 kids in our remote learning class, and every quarter, numbers are going down. Even for fourth quarter, we have 5 students moving from remote into hybrid starting fourth quarter, which tells you families are getting more comfortable in having kids in the building. We work super hard at getting our most at-risk kids that are not signing into Zoom in the remote class and try to convince them that being in person is in their best interest, if they're feeling healthy enough to do that. So we're working, I think all but 2 students we finally got in to start for fourth quarter. Last quarter we had the same 2, but then they backed out. So we're just really trying to educate the families on what is in their best interest, but we know that Zooming for 5 and 6-year-olds is not for everyone, and that's kind of what we've been trying to focus on in terms of meeting the needs of our most at risk that are just not attending. And what do we know about 5 and 6-year-olds? If they don't get in a car and drive to school, it's not a lot of times not their, it's not their fault that they're not attending in class. They need a lot of support in order to get on a computer and to log in every day. So we see it every day in the afternoon when we're working with kids in the gym. But we do have the ability to look at a more full schedule. Our lunches would be, we would have 4 lunches. As of right now, if our numbers don't change, we have about 160 students that are electing in-person learning. That would be 4 lunches at about 40 to 42 students each, which is less than what we have right now in the gym. So we already have a model that could work if that was something that we want to look into as we get through fourth quarter. Obviously, March 8th might not be the day that we want to start looking at that, but we would want more information. But we would have lunch in the cafeteria for sure. We would need some additional support staff, especially people that cover teachers' schedules during the day to give them breaks and possibly some plan time. Just one of the things with masks on, the stamina is normally something we deal with first 20 days of school in terms of just like reading and being able to sit still, but stamina actually with masks on all day long. Teachers are doing a great job of getting outside and at least getting a 10-minute mask break. Those would obviously be increased, and we would definitely have a higher emphasis on play-based learning and things outside of academics if we were to extend the day. It wouldn't be all academics and creating more stress on the kids. So those are some components that we would add to a full day for our K-1 kiddos. So our recommendation right now is adding the Wednesday mornings and making that consistent for our students that come in for learning in the mornings, and then keeping our afternoon small groups 4 days a week. So that's our original recommendation for this current time.
I have a quick question. So based on my perspective of what's happening here, it sounds like at Miller it might be a little bit easier to move to a full day model a little bit sooner than Manning because it's smaller group number of students.
We are set up for social distancing. No,
yeah.
From the get-go, when we started planning, we knew that getting the full day was possibly part of the end goal before the end of the year. So we try to schedule class sizes that would accommodate that if we were in this all year long full day.
Great, that's great news. I guess my other question, and the only thing that you said that made me a little bit kind of nervous or hesitant is the driving factor behind why the teachers want to stay in a half day, which is the guided reading and the social distancing and the masks, which makes total sense. And you can't see mouths moving and can't get real close to the students. But my fear is that those protocols will still be in place at the start of next school year. So what's the plan for guided reading when we're still in masks and socially distanced at the start of next school year?
That's a great question. That's just the discussion, that's what led to the discussion when we met with each other over the three team meetings and staff meetings on options for full day and what kind of hurdles we would have to overcome to get there. And their argument wasn't that we don't want to be in front of kids, is that our guided reading and our instruction is diminished because it's working right now. So maybe just navigating that piece and getting them to brainstorm, how do we problem solve this, is maybe the next step in that question.
Great. I think, yeah, definitely. Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I guess the one question, and maybe it is a Kevin question, but just as we think about, Tim, you know, you mentioned the potential for this option 2 and a full day. What are our options, Kevin, if one school is ready to go full day, but the others are not? Is that something we can consider? Because we know, I mean, I think we are all in agreement getting the littlest ones back for as much in-person time as possible, assuming, you know, the things like the guided reading. That's a great point that we hadn't considered before. But so what are our options for that? Not for today, but as we consider things for the future.
And, you know, it's always a challenge when you're in a district, right? And for instance, let's say hypothetically, this is not what the question is, but hypothetically, let's say some of the buildings were adding Wednesday and some buildings were not. Well, one thing that we would do is, you know, teachers have to report on Wednesdays, all buildings, regardless if we have students in the buildings or not. You know, there's no option to work remotely on a Wednesday. So that way, all the teachers are treated differently, or not treated differently, but treated the same. What I'm trying to weigh is if we went full day at Miller, and Miller's having lunch in the building, all their students, and the other buildings are not. Possibly there would be pushback because Miller's teachers are putting their health at greater risk than the other buildings.
Yeah.
You know, because they have students, they're supervising lunch without masks, you know, more contact time with students. So that would possibly be something that, you know, would need to be worked through with the
Busing be another challenge?
Pardon?
Busing be another challenge?
Busing possibly is a challenge. You know, that would be something we'd have to talk to Westway about.
Okay, that's helpful. I just wanted to generally get an idea of, you know, what we'd need to talk about if there was like one school that could go and others that.
And we talked about that, I mean, very first day, I think that we've, you know, since the beginning, that's been a conversation. I guess what I struggle with is that the evidence is not really pointing to a higher risk with lunches. And if the teachers are vaccinated too, then I feel like that argument doesn't necessarily work. So I just think we need to be a little cautious about that. And if it's going to serve our students best, I think we just need to try and make it happen.
I think we have to watch saying that lunches wouldn't be a risk. When you take your mask off, that's the risk.
Yeah.
And so wherever you are, kid, adult, I mean, and that's what we weigh. So then you can start to talk about numbers and kids and infection rates, but when you take the mask off, that is a risk. So you just have to, you know, watch saying that. And then it's just, again, leveling up in all the mitigations to have a lunch and doing that so that we're not, you know, putting that out there that, oh, it's not risky. Right. It is risky. That's why we have the mitigations, and that's why we talk about the spacing and time and all of that.
I'm sorry if I said there was no risk. There's absolutely a risk for everybody who's going into work and who's, you know, in a school or whatever. So I must have misspoke there, but no, not that there's no risk, but I think especially what I heard Kevin say is that the teachers would be at a greater risk, and I'm not sure if that's true, especially if they're vaccinated and.
And I hear what you're saying, Jess. I'm answering from okay, when I'm sitting down with the WTA, because ultimately that's how I'm answering the question. When I'm sitting down with the WTA, I'm pretty confident what I would hear.
Okay,
you know?
thank you.
Because even when there was discussion about if it was possible for some buildings coming in person, but other buildings still remaining remote.
Mm-hmm.
I know part of the conversation was, you know, teachers being at a greater risk, and, you know, so, you know, I'm not saying it's insurmountable, I'm just saying that is, I'm pretty confident that's the response I would get.
Thank you. That insight helps a lot. Thank you.
So I guess one thing that we should talk about, though, when we're thinking about in-person school in one building versus the next, is CDC does treat different ages differently and prioritizes the educational risk, you know, versus, you know, the benefits versus risk. And it does, I mean, even CDC's latest guidance says, even if you're at a red level, you can stay in school full days or in a hybrid, which if as a community you decide to do so, and we're really working on our mitigation strategies. I'm not saying we should do that, but it is not black and white, it's gray, and that's what we're all struggling with tonight, right? There is no clear right or wrong answer here, but I just want to be, CDC does treat elementary students differently in the even in their framework than high school and junior high students. I'm not saying that we have to follow CDC's guidance on that, but I think when we're discussing risk, I think that very complicated
And I think we have to just acknowledge too, and I think we are, but the risk of not being in school, that is a risk too, to their well-being. So I just, you know, it's which risk outweighs, there's too many risks. I don't want them all anymore. But you know, that's just another piece of the puzzle.
I agree, and I'm gonna share something in terms of the risk, and this is on my brain, so I'm just gonna share it. I mean, my family has known 6 families who have lost somebody in the last 8 weeks due to COVID. 6 families have lost either a family member or a friend. That's just my family and who we've known. 2 of them were under the age of 40. At least one of them, I'm still questioning if I could have done something differently, and that's one of the people under the age of 40. So I guess when we talk about this and what are the risks, like that's the kind of risk that I'm looking at for, you know, what kind of risks are we willing to take for the last 3 months of the year? And I just needed to say that because we're having this conversation and we're talking about lunch and we're talking about 50 kids in a room without their masks on. And I know schools have done it successfully and you can't trace back kids getting the infection, but I'm not confident that those kids haven't left the room and given it to their grandma. I'm not confident that those kids haven't left the room and gone to the grocery store and sneezed on somebody and given it to them. And I in terms of the risks I'm willing to live with, and this is just me sharing from a personal perspective, it's a lot. It's a lot to carry that. And so, I mean, that's why I keep pushing on the lunch factor, because to me, lunch is the big thing where the risk is really still there. And I want to be really clear that I'm bringing my own personal burden to the table here, but it's a perspective, and I think it's a perspective that, you know, we really need to think about. This is not over, and people are still losing family members and friends. And people who are left are carrying the burden of what they might have been able to do to keep that from happening. So I'm gonna stop now and let Tim finish his presentation and move on, but I just needed to get that off my chest.
Yeah, Tim, unless there's other questions.
Yeah.
Okay, next.
I'm just going to quickly ask for the board to stay focused, please. We seem to be wanting to have a different conversation than what's being presented to us. Just mentioning that, so.
Guy behind the curtain, if you could put, oh, right, nice job. Thank you for having us, and I want to thank the elementaries for taking the heavy lifting. We know that junior high and high school, they're a bit of different animals. Even Jack will explain that even the high school is even more of a different animal than us. First of all, the service of you and the service of our teachers and our TAs and our secretaries and our custodians, who have been just so flexible and then really working with us whenever Amy and I need something, or whenever we need to do some problem solving. People are stepping up at Westmont Junior High School. I have a feeling that's going on throughout the entire district. And so thank you for your service. This is not easy stuff. So going into Westmont Junior High School, so first, where are we at right now? We have our core content teachers seeing all of our students that choose in-person instruction, except on Wednesdays, every day, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, for 38 minutes. Typically, in most of those core content area classes, they're seeing students for 40 minutes, a little different in literacy class. So students are broken up into AM and PM groups, and we'll go over the times in just a little bit, but the exploratory and PE classes are different. Those are remote classes. Those are not asynchronous. Those are synchronous classes in which the teachers have office hours as well. So our Explo, PE, our core content area teachers generally have that flexible period that they can help us out if necessary, but then they have office hours so that students can see them if it works with their schedules. For Wednesdays for us right now, this is what Ms. Hoover was getting at before in regards of our at-risk students, but then also those that are that are needing some enrichment activities. We have our students on Wednesdays attending. All of our students are attending in the morning for some social emotional, which is an hour long in the morning. It also sets up their schedule with their STAR teacher. You know, these are fantastic masks, by the way, that our Westmont Junior High School Student Council put together, but my nose is just not working with it today. I apologize. I don't know if it'll ever work with it. So all of our students are required to go to the Wednesdays, and it's a very structured day in which if they have missing assignments, if they need extra reteaching that's going on, they're doing that, or there's enrichment, and there's SEL. There's this very specific data review process that we look at on a weekly basis over and over again, and then we're refining things and relooking at things during PLC time and really drilling down on the data that we do have that is reliable. And so all of those things are important, and they influence what is going on during those Wednesdays. So currently our students are set up in the morning. There's basically 2 cohorts per grade level in the morning, per grade level. And then in the afternoon, same idea. And so we're using 6 classroom, and there's very little cross-contamination that occurs. There is some, but there's very little cross-contamination that occurs because it's the teacher that's moving from one place to another. So the teachers are transitioning. The students are doing very little transitioning. All together in the morning, 2 hours and 50 minutes, core instruction. In the afternoon, different group of kids, 2 hours and 50 minutes. All right. So in regards to our survey, our parent commitment surveys that went out, so you can see there that the first part of second semester, and we do things by semesters, not quarters, but the first part of second semester, we had an average of 40% choose hybrid or in-person for Westmont Junior High School, and 60% choosing remote. So very different than what we're seeing from the elementary. This has changed a little bit, and you might notice there that it's by grade level. So 6th grade parents really want their 6th graders at Westmont Junior High. 7th and 8th grade, not so much. So it's a little bit of a different breakdown, as you can see from the numbers there. There's about 6% more are choosing hybrid for that second part of second semester, what everybody's been calling fourth quarter. So I broke it down into this grid, but what I want to state is that for letters C, D, and E, we really have a lot of flexibility, okay? And by flexibility, I mean Amy and I are good soldiers, and we will do what needs to get done. We'll figure out how to make it happen. But I want to go over with you what the plans are. So plan A is keep things going the way it's going right now. We're seeing our students every day that want to be seen. That's Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Core content area classes are in person for those that want to be in person. And we've got a good thing going. Our teachers know what's going on. Our students know what's going on. Our parents know what's going on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Wednesday for us, and I know the different schools are a little bit different in regards to this, but Wednesdays for us right now, if we use what our current schedule is for Wednesdays, and we have those different cohorts and all of that, we lose out on PLC time, which is going to definitely have an impact on us. And so we would have to, and so that's what Plan A shows. Keep everything going Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday with that hybrid schedule. And then on Wednesdays, we would have that hybrid schedule as well. Lose PLCs. We would lose that win day as well because we would actually have kids going to their classes, right? Plan B would be no change whatsoever. So keep things going the way that it's been going since the 19th of January or something along those lines. So keep that going on, except the difference is, as Mr. Carey already mentioned, the staff is going to report at Westmont Junior High School that day because it sounds like throughout the district, staff is reporting and the kids are in school. Now, the one thing that would be different for Plan B that's not on here, that I meant to put on here, is we would be bringing in small groups of students, those that are at risk, because that's what Wednesdays are about. They're about enrichment and intervention. So that is something with Plan B that is not located on this graph right now. Plan C, we would be using our remote schedule basically and just plug that into our day. And so the day would be, the classes would be 40 minutes long. We would have a lunch in there, which would be a 30-minute lunch. Now you notice that we're adding 2 minutes to the core content area classes. But you might be looking at it saying, hold on, I don't really understand this because you're not getting out until 1:40. Well, the time comes from lunch, and then they would have their Explo, their exploratory class, and their PE class in person for those that were there, as opposed to doing it remotely, which is what they're doing it currently right now. In order to do that, we would have to add have 4 classrooms per grade level, so that's adding 2 more. We would definitely need to be looking at more custodial coverage because currently we only have 1 custodian at Westmont Junior High School. We would need to add 6 lunch supervisors, and then there would be some concerns in regards to closer, depending on how many individuals, how many parents, because we would probably resurvey our parents to see if anybody else wanted to come in school if we ended up changing that option. I think that that's only right if we're talking about doing that. So we would need to be kind of seeing what that looked like. In regards to Plan D, if we didn't want to do lunch, but we started a little bit earlier, then we could use the same amount of classrooms, still need the custodian, but not necessarily have to worry about the lunch piece there. My only concerns there, I don't know who goes from 7:50 in the morning until 12:59. I would get grouchy. I would imagine our kids would. I really didn't even like it when I put it down there, but I decided to put it down there for you to see as well. Plan E is our full day with lunch. And we would basically take that remote schedule and apply that and extend that throughout the day. So very similar to what we already have in place, we would probably be utilizing that last hour and 20 minutes as a flexible time if we're giving up our Wednesdays. And that would be like our office hours time to work with students that were at risk. And so we would be keeping students from 8:30 to 3 o'clock. As I stated before, with Plan C, lunches would be an issue. We would need more lunch supervisors, more classrooms, another custodian. and it would be a pretty long day. And there would be, with those, there would be quite a bit of transitions. So what do the main changes potentially include? Losing or keeping Wednesday, which we call it Wednesday off of Manning, what I need. And so that would get rid of that intervention enrichment and then shortening that social emotional learning time as well. Wednesdays, if we could potentially, if we decide to have that hybrid schedule on Wednesdays, like in the short term, like right to start off fourth quarter, we would be losing that PLC time if we went that route. In regards to extending the day, option 2, there would be about 7 minutes in the in-person daily in core, and that would be in PE and Expo as well. And depending on the schedules, there could be a loss of office hours. We need the 6 additional classrooms. We have a lot more transitioning going on with our students because they're going to PE, they're going to art, they're going to those classes back and forth. So there's going to be a lot more movement. Not impossible, as Ms. Radonio mentioned before. Schools are doing it. It's just a matter of getting it into motion and knowing that contact tracing may be a little bit more of a challenge, but is it doable? Yes, it's doable. And then lunch in cohorts, we would have 12 classrooms, and I've talked about the custodian. So these are just logistics that Amy and I started talking about in regards to what we need to do. I think what I heard from Peter Zach is that the flexibility in staffing is huge. We have 1 full-time sub that we use on Monday, Jean, if you're listening, thank you, that we have on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. We have used no other subs, and we got Jean pretty late for that matter. And so the schedule that we currently have in place allows for a lot of flexibility, as you can see there. On February 19th, this is just Friday, I had 4 teachers that were teaching remotely, 1 that had a half personal day, 2 teaching assistants that were out, and we were still able to make everything work within what we currently have. And that's the key, right? So I was a platoon sergeant. I retired from the United States military. We dealt with a lot of risk assessment. We dealt with a lot of contingency planning, and flexibility, adaptability is very important. Right now, we have that in what we currently have in place. So these are just some other things that I think I'm not going to read to you. These are things that Amy and I are looking at that are different concerns. One of those is our network. We have a great network. Thank you, Nadine, and our tech people. Our tech people are amazing. They're running all over the place. But when our teachers are moving from one room to another, sometimes they lose the connection and they need to get back onto Zoom. And so there's those things that we kind of just need to practice. So a recommendation, we rather see our students. I think we all know that. We'd rather our students be with us as much as we can. Amy and I ultimately can do anything that the Board of Education wants us to do, right? We can make it happen. There are some concerns that we have if we create a whole nother schedule that is definitely going to impact Skyward. And then we have a learning management system for our students as well, which is called Otis, that takes care of a lot of, you probably know it as if you're a parent, that takes care of a lot of what the schedule is and the Zooms and how to access lessons and those sort of things. But then it's also tied to grading and assignments. And so those things are going to be impacted with any significant changes that we end up making. And so I have to note that as well. We are basing our recommendation on a lot of different variables and our working experience. There's a lot more to this that I'm not explaining. We would choose A and B, although we find the time for PLC to be vital to the work we do. And like I said before, we would be looking at bringing students in small groups if we went with Plan B, if the board wanted us to go that route. Now, one thing that I do want to mention that I was talking to the teachers recently about it is if we go to a schedule, they thought that it was very important to have some sort of a flexible common office hours time towards the end of the day or at some point in the day so they could try to get to all the kids that they weren't able to get to because of a change in schedule. So they thought that that was important, that the Wednesday or something like Wednesday, a bucket of time was there to kind of meet those kids where they're at. Hugh, did I leave anything undone?
My goodness, I could not even get a word. No, that's okay. It's all good.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to take up more time, but.
Any questions for me?
So this is different, I think, from the younger grades. The teachers are teaching in the morning one group of students, and then they are teaching the same lesson to the second group of students in the afternoon. So it's not an option for those teachers to be teaching in person in the morning and then doing instruction in the afternoon with those same students from the morning, like they do at the younger.
Right, and so what happens at the junior high school is the core content area teachers, literacy, math, social studies, and science, they're teaching that the group A, the morning group, in the morning, and then they're teaching the group B in the afternoon. Now, when group A, when those teachers are teaching group A in the morning, that's when group B is getting their exploratory, their resource time, their PE classes, and those office hours with certain teachers that are free that period. That's when they're getting that, and then it just flip-flops.
Okay, and then my second question, which, thank you. My
Yep.
second question was about office hours. In a in-person model, what are the students who are not interacting with the teacher during office hours doing?
So they could be doing any one of, they could be doing their homework, they could be.
But they're in their kind of, they're not like milling about, they're like, but they're in their kind of homeroom, classroom, working on whatever they need to be doing.
So you're talking about the kids that are at home, remote?
If we were in person, one of the later options, if we were in person and we had office hours for the teachers, you'd have, one kid.
There wouldn't be office.
Interacting.
If we were fully in person, we wouldn't be able, we would have to be changing the schedule to C, D, or E.
Yeah, I thought you mentioned
yeah.
there were still office hours somewhere
At
in
E,
CD
I think
or
you're
E.
playing E.
Right, so, got it. So if there was that hour and 20 minutes at the end of the day or something along those lines when resource was happening, they're doing their homework, they're meeting in small groups obviously socially distant, but there's a lot of different options with that flexible time.
Okay, but they're still kind of in their homeroom classroom. They're not moving around the school.
There may be some movement, but it is within that core, that seventh grade class or the eighth grade class. Like if my needs are going to be met by the science teacher, I may be moving to where the science teacher is located. And if Ms. Quattrone needed social studies, she might be moving over there. It is going to be a little bit dependent. It's not a perfect science. It's just something that I was approached by some of our teachers with just recently.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
We have two hopefully quick questions. So if we went with Plan A and just made the Wednesdays a normal, or another hybrid day, I guess, that time when the students are not in the building, because they leave after their core classes, right?
Correct.
Okay, so that afternoon time where they're doing exploratory office hours, could some of that be used also for like the SEL or what I need, any of that stuff that happens on Wednesdays traditionally, or no?
Because we're flip-flopping the groups of Group A and Group B, the teachers are always doing, they're always doing something, so.
So who facilitates that now then, if the teachers are teaching their core classes all day?
So when the students go home to remote, they are actually in PE or in their expo. So it's those teachers that are facilitating that from school to the kids
okay?
at home.
Okay, and that's synchronous.
Yeah.
That's happening?
Synchronous, yes.
Okay.
I think you're asking about the SEL is that Wednesday when there's not a
Yeah.
flip-flopping. So they get that SEL time that Wednesday morning.
So that's 8:30 to 9:30 currently, that we have every Wednesday, that they're meeting with their STAR teachers for SEL, but then also for the schedule creation for the rest of the day based on what their needs are.
So there's no classes going on for the students.
Right, I understand that. I'm trying to figure out, like, if we were to go to option A, like, is there any other time where some of that could be built in? But it doesn't sound like it, I don't know.
You mean the PLC time or?
No, not PLC time,
Okay.
the SEL and
Okay.
when.
Currently, no, but could something be created? Always, but
I know, yeah. Okay, because I think that's one piece. And then the day would end at 3:15. for all of the teachers.
Yes, and so we
Stand
we have, so PLCs right now at the junior high school, they start at 2:30 and they go to 3:30. And so there's that early dismissal that goes on throughout the district. We have taken our departmental time and our staff meeting. We get one departmental meeting a month and one staff meeting a month. And so what we tend to do is double stack that on a PLC time. So we get a 2-hour block, which is great, as you know, for professional development. So we, 2 times a month, we'll still have a little bit of PD time, but we would lose our PLC time.
Okay, and PLC, like your grade level teams meeting?
It's grade level, it's departmental, it depends on what's needed at that time.
Okay, and then so my final question is kind of similar to my question that I had for Tim, is just looking ahead to next year. If we're in similar circumstances, is this, you know, that Wednesday day, that sounds awesome. It is awesome to have that built into the week. So is this just like a long-term sort of change that you would want, or?
So right now it is, so right now that we notice that it is a huge need in what our current reality is. With that being said, we do have, in a typical year, we have intervention and E-period time 4 days a week, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and that is 35 minutes a day. On top of that, we have some executive functioning time, or executive functioning work completion time, that's called STAR class. That's a 40-minute period. That's resource time occurs during that as well. So there is some of that that's stacked in there. Now that we're kind of seeing what's going on with Wednesdays, is there the talk of utilizing our SIP days, or like, you know, maybe every other Wednesday to be more like a Wednesday? Yeah, there's talk about that as we're talking about what the future looks like at Westmont Junior High School. Because our teachers are getting used to it and they're seeing some success with it.
Sure.
Now, we're still having, I did mention we're seeing truancy officers, and we're still working on a few, but we have seen some success with it.
And I'm not saying that's necessarily a bad thing, but I think,
Sure.
you know, it's another one of those consequences of the pandemic, how we might see some shifts in education. And so I think just being really forthcoming about that as potentially a more long-term
Sure.
Something would be really wise.
We love our E-periods, and I think that that quite a few of you are familiar with them if you've had your kids go through. And so those are mini units, and then there's intervention as well, and students can move in and out of intervention. And so we do miss that. There's been no E-periods this year, and that's a little bit of the heart and soul of Westmont Junior High School, which has been tough.
Thank you.
Sure. Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again. So the good news is that what we're proposing will have more structured classroom time for our students. We already have been doing learning on Wednesdays, as we'll see in a moment. And the other thing that we want to accommodate is any students who want to come in 4 to 5 days a week, we want to make that happen. So those are two of the goals I think that everybody's seeking. There are some CDC guidelines that make lunches extremely difficult, because when you can only have 50 people in a space, and if we had several hundred students there, that's going to be next to impossible to do logistically. However, in addition to the bottom line being that students will be able to come to school more days, our teachers, like all the rest of the teachers in the district, will be there Wednesdays, and we'll have even more structured instructional time than we've had in the past. Fourth quarter at the high school is, I mean, we prepare all year long, but it's crunch time. So we currently have the highest scores in the history of the high school for standardized testing. So there will be additional instructional time and tutoring that we always do in fourth quarter on top of the regular traditional time to get those kids prepped for the SAT. And that's every single one of our juniors. And that's something we take very seriously. So we're not backing off that goal. We want to maintain and actually grow on the best scores we've ever had. The second thing is it's also AP time. So that's going to be a lot of extra tutoring and instructional time for the majority of our students. And I just want, since I'm speaking to our community too, we are currently ranked the #1 regular high school most challenging in the state of Illinois. And we're proud of that, and we're not backing off that goal either. So we are going to continue to focus on preparing our students for success on that exam. So fourth quarter, if there's anybody who has concerns about the quality or amount of instruction, we're going to maintain what we've always done and be very intense about that. So, as we said, if it's March 8th or after spring break, everybody understands we're coming in on Wednesdays. So that's kind of a given. We're excited about having more students attend 4 days a week because you know right now in the hybrid, our kids come in 2 days a week, except for the kids who need the most intense support have been coming in 4 days a week for the last few weeks and months. But we are prepared and we're open to letting any students who want to come into 4 days a week now to do that. The concern is if we have a tremendous influx, and because some of the classrooms cannot accommodate more than 12 or 14 students and still maintain CDC guidelines, we may have, we're just giving everybody the heads up that if there's classrooms that have too many students, they may have to do their learning in the commons area supervised. But at least we're opening up, and in many ways, the students who want to come in 4, maybe 5 days a week can do that. That's part of what we're proposing. As I said, and this, we'll have some more information in a moment, but we've been doing a lot of quality learning on Wednesdays, and we'll do even more structured learning, especially coming in the weeks ahead. Some of the things that we've been doing all year long, of course, are conferencing, remediation, targeted instruction, both small group and individual, case managers working with their students, and office hours for all students. And that's a big part of our philosophy and our culture, is the retakes and the redos and the restudying. It's at the heart of our culture and what we do as an instructional institution. So that's been going on all year long, and it will continue to go on. We have, as I mentioned, SAT prep classes for juniors. The AP review sessions are pretty intense, and that has led to a lot of success for us. Practice tests for AP, and then of course continued office hours for small groups, makeup work, test reviews, and reteaching. So the Wednesdays, in some ways, are restructured, but there's a tremendous amount of instruction that's taking place during those days. And there will be even more come fourth quarter. Also, we have professional development responsibilities. So, and our teachers are unbelievably passionate. Once again, we weren't named the best PLC in the country on accident. These people are working and dedicated, and this is something that's in their marrow. So they continue to develop the targets, look at the assessment data, and develop action plans to work on that. There's IEP meetings, constant revision of ways to try to intervene for students who are struggling. And then, of course, there's the parent meetings and correspondence. So these are all things that will continue. As I said, too, the remote learning has not stopped us from doing our professional development. And the most powerful part of that is really looking at student performance information and using that data to drive reteaching and instruction. So we're very proud of the work that's been accomplished during these challenging times. Teachers, as we said, will be in attendance 5 days a week starting fourth quarter. That's our proposal. Learning in person and remote 5 days a week. Students who want to attend 5 days a week starting March 8th, we're open for that with some limits based on adherence to CDC guidelines.
Jack, what do you mean when you say students who want to attend 5 days a week? Does that mean for people who are coming in person, it's open for them to come 5 days a week, or is it, I guess I'm just trying to make sure I understand, like, can they come whatever days they want to if they're in person? Or?
I'll try to clarify that. Currently students come Monday, Thursday, or Tuesday, Friday. So what we're saying is we would open it up to the students who are coming 2 days a week. We want to try to make it possible for them to be able to choose to come all 4 days a week if they wish.
But they could choose to stay the way they're...
Well, yeah, that would prevent, some students are choosing to stay in the remote,
Right.
and I think they would continue to do so.
Okay.
I mean, that would be interesting if people said, if all the students who are currently remote said we want to come in person, that would present some challenges to us.
Yeah, I guess more what I'm asking is, if you've got a group of 200 students who are attending the 2 days on and off, and you open it up for them to attend 5 days, do they have the option to stay with just 2 days in person, or do they have to come all 5 days? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we're trying to be flexible with that.
Okay,
So
so it's a flexible.
if students like coming in 2 days a week, I guess they could continue doing that.
Right.
If students are choosing remote learning, and that's what their families want them to do, they would be able to have that choice. But if students, and I think based on our informal surveys, if students say, I'm coming in 2 days a week, and now I'd like to come in the other 2 days, we think we can accommodate that.
Okay,
And there will be some in-person learning on Wednesdays too. There already is some,
okay.
but there'll probably be more of that on Wednesdays. So those students could choose 5 days a week. They would be in attendance at school.
So you could potentially have several different models going on for students.
Yeah, we're trying to, I think our goals in trying to, in our discussions with Superintendent Carey and trying to listen to our community and to what I think the board is asking us to do, was to increase the amount of time that students could be in the building, so we're providing that option, and increasing some instructional time simultaneously. But it gives people the flexibility to choose. If a student wanted to come in 4 to 5 days a week, they could. If they want to remain 2 days a week, they could.
Yep.
If they want to remain at home, they could do that too.
I think what's a little tricky about, I appreciate all of the shout outs and reminders of how hard all of the teachers are working on here, but some of the other plans included the details of like, here's what our current schedule is and here's what we're looking to do. And I guess my starting question, since we're talking about instructional time, is what is the current amount of instructional time for each course that students are attending in the building?
We go from 8 till 12:35 every day with 4 to 5 minute breaks in between classes.
So
And we
how
do
long
that
are the classes?
approximately 35 minutes.
Okay, so they're attending 5 days a week, or
4 days a week in regular classes, and then Wednesdays we have had all the things that I mentioned, and we're going to make that a little more structured. But what have we been doing on Wednesdays includes the conferencing, remediation, office hours, prep classes, AP review sessions, practice tests, and then small group work.
And in my mind, these are a lot of the things that often take place at the end of the school day in a typical high school in a typical year. Again, it would be awesome to have that Wednesday, but I feel the greatest sense of urgency to increase instructional time in this high school setting. And so I as much as that stuff is awesome, I think, first of all, a lot of it is integrated into the classes, or should be. And then a lot of it, happens outside of the school day as well. And so, 35 minutes by the time you do your bell ringer and go over all of that, and then to talk about the content with any real depth is so tricky. And so I guess I wish that we had been able to see a full day model here, since it was done at one point at the high school. And I think that instructional time is so hugely important and really limited here. And the high schoolers do have a greater capacity than the little kiddos to have, greater attention span, and in fact benefit from that deeper learning, that more engaged learning. And so I guess, I don't know, I guess I'm wanting a little bit more here.
What do you want?
I would want to see what the potential schedules are, like, so it's A comes in the morning, B comes in the afternoon. Are the students?
The schedule is 8 till 12:35 on Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. And all students are present for those classes, for those 4 hours and 35 minutes a day. So that's Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. On Wednesdays, there's a variety of different instruction that's taking place. And what I'm telling you is that in the afternoons, coming up, going forward, there will be even more instruction. It's not going to be in a typical class schedule, but there will be more instruction. I would consider the tutoring sessions, the prep sessions, to be instruction. It is. They're getting instructed. And
Are all of the students getting instructed in the afternoon setting?
I would say all of the juniors. I would say about 50% of the freshmen, about 60% of the juniors and her sophomores, and about 70% of the seniors. Now, the other students who are getting instruction are the kids who need intervention, who are struggling, who need retakes, who need remediation. And that's a significant, it's about 10% of our student population who need that additional instruction, and they're getting it. So let's say they struggle with their learning the first time, they're getting additional time and practice.
So there's regular school in the morning, 4 days a week, and then afternoons are very similar to Wednesdays.
There's some learning, but I mean, let's remember something. The students who are in person are in class from 8 till 12:35 without having taken a lunch, so then they do that, and then there's some instruction in the afternoons, yes. So it's, and now what I'm telling you is in fourth quarter is additional prep for all the exams that are coming forward.
So is your concern, Jessica, that in a typical school year outside of a pandemic, that you would have the full school day and those AP exams and SAT prep would happen after school in addition to the full school day? Is that?
That's part of it.
Okay.
Also, just 35 minutes for a high school class is really fast. And if there's that afternoon time and they're already getting that on Wednesday, the afternoon time, why can't that be more actual instruction with their teacher, which, with such great teachers, that is the best thing that they can get.
I think it's maximizing a day. Because are they having lunch at the high school?
No.
So they're maximizing the day without a lunch. So they're doing like the morning to the afternoon. And I guess it's maximizing that class time, and though it's limited, and then they're home because they're not eating lunch at the school. I guess that's the maximizing that time period for 35 minutes per class.
So what's the barrier for lunch at school? Barrier or barriers?
Well, the CDC guidelines, because let's just say, if we bring everybody back and there's 200 students, our cafeteria, when we did have lunches in person this past fall, we had to limit it to 50 students, right? So you'd need 50 students in for one period and then 50 students in the other. When we had the rotating days, we could do it, so we had 50 students in lunch and the other 50 students were in their classrooms, and then they switched. And then the next day, 50 students were in lunch and 50 students were in classroom, and then they would switch. If you were to have, and this is what we're anticipating, let's say 150 to 200 students, if the current numbers hold, how many lunch periods do you have? You'd have, if we keep 2 lunch periods with our traditional schedule, you would have 100 students. Now, do we have 2 venues? It's pretty difficult. I mean, we could, but we have the 50 in the commons area, and then we have the 50 someplace else in the building, which isn't easily, logistically easy to fit. And the question becomes, at what benefit? So then we're having everybody housed for lunch, and then we have 6th and 7th period, which we already had before lunch in the building. So my question is, to what benefit? We have increased risks. We have, more importantly, logistical problems just for extending the school day, but not extending the learning by that much. I mean, what we're saying is we probably would extend it. So that's why we come up to this conclusion.
And I think that's part of where we're all struggling, and maybe this is just me, but like, I think we're all sort of in our minds equating more in-person time with better or more learning. And it's hard, I think, for us to wrap our heads around what you just said, which is maybe it doesn't equate to that. And I don't know. I mean, that's hard for me to understand.
Yeah, and maybe, I don't know if this clarifies or not, the high school model, the current high school model, our students are on an A-B schedule. And so in the fall, they were on an A-B schedule, and so they only had less than half, because of the children who chose remote versus hybrid. They were on an A-B schedule, and they had you know, half of that group on Monday, then a different group on Tuesday. And then they had the full day. So then when they recalibrated, the trying to, you know, juggle lunch and those types of things, the high school went to their current schedule for when we went back to hybrid, and they're back on the AB schedule. And what Jack is proposing is that allowing students the option, like if you're a B student, you can come in on the A days. You know, students have that option. Some students may choose to only come in on their B days. You know, some students will choose to come in on their A days. One of the challenges will be, like, if you walk around the high school on an A day, you look at one classroom, there might be 5 students in there. You go right next door, and there's 12 students in there. You know, because that's the way the high school schedule works. That's classroom with 5 kids, that period just so happens that they have a lot of remote students at that time, and that's why it looks like it's, you know. So when you start to allow students to come in the 4 days, potentially what can happen is, if I'm a B student and I show up on the A day because I want to be there for the 4 days, I walk into that classroom that's the A students, and now I'm the 15th student. And there is no room for me because we got to maintain social distancing. So the high school has to navigate that challenge. And so one possibility is those B students on that A day, I hope I'm not, I'm looking at.
It actually makes more sense. Go ahead.
I'm just
So
concentrating.
Now that B student has to report to like the commons or the auditorium to attend that class, just like they would have been at home on their B day attending the class. Then third period, they can go to their third period class because that class has a number that allows the B student to join them. If that makes sense.
So can I ask why, like, I get that, because then it's bringing those remote kids, giving them the option at least to be in person for that instead of zooming into their class. So I get that, but it's not lengthening the class period at all. So I guess, like, has there been any discussion about, like, keep them separate so those sizes don't fluctuate of the, you potentially don't have that 15th kid in the class? Like, I guess I'm not sure why we're opening up that can of worms, that possibility that there's going to be a ton of students, and I think that it's easier to socially distance when it's you're in group A, you're in group B, but is it you're in group A in the morning and then in the afternoon it's group B, and then, you know, and it switches, or it's like A all one day and B all another day, and lengthen the class periods or something along those lines to increase instructional time.
And I guess you're right. I mean, what's better? I think that comes to all the different options. Is it better for the high school student, the high school teacher, you know, for the high school student to be in the building every other day for a longer class period, or is it better for them to be in the building every day? You know, and there might be a class period where it doesn't work out for them, but there are going to be other class periods. So the teacher and the student are able to connect in person 4 days a week versus the 2 days a week. And I guess that's ultimately what the high school is struggling with.
Got it.
I think though that, I guess one, to Jess's point about the instructional time, is that, and that's where I think the Wednesdays become tricky. If I did my math right, which I might not have, we're losing like 12 hours a week of instructional time that we had in it, not counting lunch, that we had last year. And so that, I guess, so I know that there's things happening in the afternoons and on Wednesdays, but not consistently among all students. So is there a need to increase instructional time? Maybe it's just a French speaking group that all French students attend in the afternoon if they're in French in the morning, making sure all students are connecting with instructional time, because 12 hours a week is a lot of time. And I might be misreading the situation, but.
I don't think it's quite 12, to be honest with you. Because
Sure.
You're losing about 10 minutes of instruction per class per day.
Okay.
So.
And then Wednesdays.
And then, but we're assuming that there's no instruction happening on Wednesdays. It's not, and we're proposing to have even more structure.
Sure.
There's still instructional time. So I would say that we're losing 70 minutes times 4 days. That's, 4.5 hours, 4 hours and 40 minutes. And then we lost some instructional time on when it's less structured instructional time.
Sure.
So it's not quite 12 hours, about half that much, that we are losing instructional time. Part of what's happening there is the phenomenon of realizing how productive is it to have somebody on a screen for literally 6-7 hours a day, and then asking them to do homework in addition to that. I don't know that that's necessarily the best way to structure the time we have. So, because that is what a third of our students would face if we elongated the classes. What we're trying to do is the best in a tough situation, which is add more instructional time, absolutely. I guess my point is, we are in for a very intense fourth quarter. We want more instructional time, and the kids will get it, whether they want it or not, quite frankly. But the idea is that we will increase the instructional time. Simultaneously, we're allowing students who prefer coming in person, who need that for what there is perceived more social interaction, they have that option, whenever we deem it time to launch that.
So why not just make Wednesday another regular class day for them, and then still use the afternoon for some of these things and those other enrichments kinds of things that we were talking about? So you would at least get them in for 35 more minutes for 1 day a week for every class, and then do this stuff in the afternoon.
There's a couple reasons for that. It's the screen time for the other students. It's more screen time. That's one reason why. We don't think it's as productive to add that. But the other piece is, we think structuring it this way, we're actually getting more bang for our buck.
So then my same question that I posed to for the junior high, is this something then that you're considering as a long-term change at the high school level? Because I think the community needs to hear that we, instead of regular instruction on Wednesdays, we want this more flexible kind of instruction.
Well, we have been contemplating that for some time, and we have discussed it. However, we're adapting our situation. I hope, like Ms. Conover says, that we're back in normal circumstances this fall. I do not, oh my goodness, but I'm sure we all do.
Yes,
So,
we do.
yes. But do I see, we already, we have a shortened day on Wednesdays for professional learning communities, and one of the things is that what we've learned, and we've seen tremendous growth, is when the teachers not only have time to meet and plan together, and that's led to student achievement increases, but also when the teachers are doing the disaggregation of the student performance information at Tier 1, get to deliver the Tier 2. So the more of that we can have going on, the more effective the reteaching is. So to answer your question, I do think what we're seeing here is an opportunity on Wednesdays to do a different kind of instruction. Would we do that going forward? Maybe not to the same extreme, but a version of it.
Yeah, I think that will be a fuller conversation at another point. I just think
Yes.
it's important to make that really clear, that that's where people are headed. Thank you.
What would the students want? What, do they want the opportunity to be in the classroom, physically making contact with their teacher potentially 4 days a week or 5 days a week? Or would they prefer to have longer time in the classroom, but also more time? Is there any preference there? And I ask this because I think at the high school level, there is some student preference built in there. They're gonna have a lot of preference at the college level, so.
Yes.
What, do they have a preference?
All right, I can't cite you hard evidence of this, but here's the powerful part of it. They get choice. The ones who are thriving in a remote setting, and believe it or not, some of them get to continue to do that. Mm-hmm. The ones who say, I want to be in school more, will have that opportunity. So we are giving students choice, and they get a preference, and they can either elect to continue to do the remote where they're having success, or if they want to come in more. Our informal data says that a lot of the kids who are coming in 2 days a week will start coming in 4 days a week. And the other thing is that I've heard loud and clear from our students, and you have students too, at the high school level, they're like many of us, they're cached after 4.5 hours a day on the Zoom. There's diminishing returns. Mm-hmm. So to add instructional time and have more of that traditional, I think the break and then have them do some kind of different work we're going to get more bang for our buck. It's still instructional time, it's just structured differently. So we're giving our kids a lot of choices until they don't thrive, and then the kids who are struggling, then we don't give them a choice anymore. We say, you must come in and get the in-person. But the kids who are doing well and enjoying this way of learning, believe it or not, let them keep doing that. And the kids who want more time, that's what we're trying to accommodate from, I think we hear from the board and from the community, people who want more time in person, let's give them that opportunity. But I am concerned, to get, now that's coming full circle, more instructional time on just a traditional structure with the Zoom. I think the one thing I have heard from very responsible students is that they're cached. They don't want to be on the Zoom 6 hours a day. If you give them a solid break, they might come back and do some of that additional learning. But a traditional class schedule all day long, especially for the remote kids, and when they were in the hybrid session, that's just counterproductive.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jack. Okay.
Well, the only thing
Move
I'll
on?
add, real quick. The only thing I
won't say anything, I promise.
We've got another short presentation coming. There's been talk about next fall, and I think the two things that I'm really hoping for next fall, I was hoping one of these would have been addressed when you kept hearing the CDC's coming out with new guidance for schools, and what I was really hoping for. The two things that are challenges for our team right now when you start talking about incorporating a full day, and those are the social distancing and providing for remote learners. And if next fall, and I'm hoping that with the vaccine being more widely administered, that and we'll have more knowledge about the virus, that the CDC will come out with guidelines where, and it was rumored that might happen now, 3 feet social distancing, and that remote learning is no longer an option, it's only in-person learning. If those two things happen, then, and if I had to choose between one of those two for next fall, I'd say the social distancing is probably the bigger challenge. And there was talk that it might have happened with this last set of guidelines, which we'd be having a much different conversation. But those are the two things that we're monitoring for the next fall.
Yeah, because
as
3
well.
feet's a game changer for especially a junior high,
Right.
if I understand it. They're kind of the tightest on the space.
And I thank you for speaking to the fact that we have to deal with more of the, not just the social distancing, but your 2 points here, social distancing and remote learning. That I guess for me is learning how all the buildings are dealing with teaching both. Because we're all saying in person, but I think, for me, I feel like I forget that teacher has to teach those options for the remote learning, and that's also an area that's difficult to handle in all of these. So we have to include that and make sure that is viable and that these kids are learning that way, because we can't forget that 20%, that 30% of kids, and when we're thinking of these options of what we're going to do next, we have that chunk of students that we have to teach. We have to make sure that's a very, very a great way of, that we are reaching those kids and we're not, we're again giving a viable option for learning. So that's something, thank you guys for reminding me of that piece.
Okay.
The doom and gloom lady, but I just want to make sure that everyone is cognizant of many of those slides we need additional custodial staff to make some of these options work. Okay, we are down 1.5 FTE positions right now that we have not been able to fill, and we have another 1.0 custodian that's going to retire in May. So we need custodians. So anybody in the community, we have positions posted, but that is an obstacle to some of those full-time pieces, and I want people to be aware of that as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, let's talk about next year.
For the future.
Okay, so this is elementary planning for the 2021-2022 school year.
Yes. Remember when we said we're doing a bunch of things and we want to do them all well? We all got to come together for this one because we got one more. All right. Okay. So prior to COVID, the elementary had been invested in a process, I would say, ever since PLCs came to us, and really thinking about how do we align our K-5 buildings so that we can be stronger as one elementary in the district rather than separate buildings. So PLCs were a big part of that, where teams of teachers could get together, and in the past we've done that on a weekly basis. Since coming on board the elementary team, we talked about alignment of curriculum and resources. Couldn't be more thankful that we have that in place going into COVID, because that gives us a clear path of consistency. So we have that in both math and reading, math and ELA, I should say. And as we've been having these conversations of constantly trying to improve what we have in place, K-5, monolingual, dual language, there are always barriers that have come to play. So a couple of years ago, we started school improvement teams, and we brought them together as parents and teachers, and then we meet separately. And we had made a lot of progress moving up to, when was it? February of the strategic plan of last year, and really thinking about, okay, where are we going and where's elementary's voice in this conversation? Then COVID hit. And so we had to pause really a lot of the momentum we had of what next steps we were going to take and how are we going to tackle some of the challenges that we faced, and planned for what we are in now and what we're still planning for. When we reconvened as school improvement teams, we thought, okay, we can really get down in the dumps and think about how this is a loss. And there are a lot of losses. There are a lot of things that we struggle with. I'm an optimist, and so it's really important to think about in education, man, this could be a really positive change. What comes out of us moving forward could be so powerful, as if you think in education, now I'm getting on a soapbox, that education hasn't really changed a lot in hundreds of years. It's still very traditional. So we saw this as an opportunity, and I think it reinvested our parents and our teachers, who are all, by the way, navigating through COVID, but also dedicating their time above and beyond their normal work days as parents and as teachers to help plan for what could be. So we have a couple layers that we've had to add on. So we've had budget concerns, space concerns, thinking about dual language and building and growing that program. We now have to think about closing gaps due to COVID. We now need to think about how do we move out of this and, as we just said, have a full day. So what we really want to think about is what are our short-term goals, which is kind of what we discussed tonight, but we are still working on our long-term planning to set us up for success. So a big part of the why we're doing and presenting what we're doing right now.
So Mrs. Strohmeyer earlier tonight kind of asked the buildings to kind of come in and over the next couple meetings and talk about what are our deficits and what are our goals, and tonight is kind of the starting point of that. So thank you for leading in that question earlier. Some of our goals that we've been working on is really trying to evaluate K-5 systems in academic, social, emotional learning. We want to find out what we're strong in. We want to find out what our deficiencies are. And in order to do that, I think it ties really well into our strategic plan as we create that and create a long-term vision of what course we're going to take to get to our goals is kind of the process we took into looking really deep into what a K-5 system could look like in Westmont in 201. We want to make sure our goals are measurable, they're attainable, they're realistic, there's something that we can hold ourselves accountable for and get some traction behind as we move towards the future. And then most importantly, we want to celebrate our success. One of the things that we have the ability to do is celebrate all the big victories, even the small victories, and highlight those things as we pave that way to what 2021-22 school year could look like.
So in
in the process of thinking about that, we wanted to make sure that we had all of the stakeholders' voices. And so it's actually been really nice to be able to hear everyone's perspective. We've had the opportunity, like Ms. Peterzak said, to meet with parents, to meet with our staff members, and to truly really make this a process where everybody's voice is heard. So we started by the listening sessions, which thank you, many of you were there. And we were really impressed by what parents were asking about, what some things that they were concerned about. We posed 3 questions. One of the questions was, what are you looking for as for elementary experience? You know, what are some things that we still need to help you understand? What are some challenges that that we need to think about as a district, as elementary buildings? And so we were really, really, really impressed with how invested our community is on helping us to have the best quality education for our students. And then being able to ask those same questions to our teachers then was amazing, because we really got to see how truly we are really unified in the way we are thinking about our kids, our students. And so teachers as well said very similar things that our parents were saying, and valuing diversity, valuing the possibility of expanding enrichment and helping our struggling students, and being able to provide on-hand learning activities. And so seeing that teacher, staff, and parents input was really helping us to start brainstorming, okay, like how do we keep moving? And then the last piece from that was we wanted to include parent voices that maybe weren't able to attend the listening sessions, or so we sent out a survey, similar questions, and even till today we still got some answers, which is really exciting. And 176 responses, even from today, really gave us an idea of what our parents value and what are some things that we can take to help make 2021-22 even better. Along this way, we've also had Q&A sessions, but they were different from the listening sessions where us administrators were just kind of listening and just having like that poker face and just trying to just take it all in. And this different Q&A opportunity was when we really got to answer some questions about things that you're going to hear in a little bit. And then one of the, I think all of us enjoyed is getting feedback from students. Actually, even today we got feedback from our second graders and asking them, what do you value about being an elementary student? And their responses are truly, I mean, we have really smart students and very innovative thinkers. And what they value about what they like to do. And some of the things that they were saying were like, we would like to maybe plant gardens, and we would like to expand our playgrounds, and we would like to have more breaks within the day where we can kind of pick what we want to do for maybe 10 minutes, and maybe extend time of what, if we didn't get work done, we have more extended time. And that came from second grade, so we were really impressed. And so we're also taking into consideration what students want. So now we kind of have gathered all of this. We're using all of that information to deliver podcasts to our community and saying, okay, this is what we're doing. Listening sessions, teacher survey, parent survey, listening to our kiddos. Here are some podcasts to let you all know where we're at. The newsletters, the s'mores, all of those that are coming along are helping us communicate with you all. And then by coming to the board, to all of you, to continue to tell you where we're at in this process. But it's been really exciting, like I said, I mentioned before, to be part of this process, because I think for me, I've noticed more how we are united and how we're thinking very much the same in terms of how we can improve, how we can continue to grow next school year.
So before we share the data of our survey, hone in on what that survey would look like so it's approachable for a parent that maybe doesn't have some of the same knowledge of sitting in on SIP meetings, being a part of board meetings. Teachers in both buildings, and then our SIP team members, we have a little bit of representation tonight, went through delving in and sometimes getting stuck in what do we value in education. We came to about 11 themes, which are listed here. So rather than parents kind of thinking of all of these different options and not being able to think, well, I don't even know what elementary could be. I'm used to the experience I had just a couple years ago, hopefully. We're not old or anything. And really thinking about, okay, how do I prioritize these for my family? I think the really big thing that we're reflecting on is our responsibility is to give you recommendations based on everything that we've gathered and our perspective as educators. And so the voice of everyone is important, and we think about how all of those voices play a part in impacting our kids. So these are the 11 that we came up with. We asked this question as what was your first priority, your second priority, and third priority. We had 2 open-ended questions after that of clarification you need, and then what could possibly hinder it, and then we left it open. So all of those 176 surveys are read by hand or by eyes over and over to really think about, does this reflect what we want to do moving forward as a majority? And so Mr. Weiler is going to go over the results of that survey.
The coolest part is that both our teacher teams and our parent teams did a SWOT analysis of what elementary schools could be and what are some things that we have a lot of questions on. And so it was just really fun to kind of dive in and learn from the parents on things that we need to do a better job of communicating. So that was just really eye-opening for us. So based on the indicators that were on our community survey, over just around 180 families filled it out as of 10 o'clock this morning. The 3 strongest indicators from overall top priorities, that means a family could either pick it as their first, second, or third choice. They all kind of got a point vote in the theme. So strong curriculum and instruction that's developmentally appropriate, which includes SEL and specials and core subjects, 144 votes. Highly qualified teachers was second with 103 votes. Opportunities for enrichment and intervention was third with 82 votes. Balanced literacy and reading programs, which after further review is probably closer and connected to our curriculum instruction component. So you could kind of combine it with that. That was in fourth with 66 votes. Equitable class sizes, celebration of diversity, family members being in one building through a K-5 experience, extracurricular activities, scheduling of the school day to accommodate multiple students in the district, and then family home proximity to school. So from top to bottom, those were the what families valued that filled out the survey. So diving into it a little bit deeper, again, kind of in a little different order, but the first, second, third choice, as you can see, strong curriculum was the #1 choice for families' first priority. Highly qualified teachers was the overall second choice for families' priority. And then opportunities for enrichment intervention was the highest third choice, which is identical to the overall picks from the first slide here. But then, as you can see, everything was developed in percentages of the number of times it was chosen, either as a first, second, or third priority in the list here. Just breaking it down into a little bit further, if you like looking at it in a visual format. Strong curriculum, highly qualified teachers, and opportunities for enrichment were the top 3 first priorities. Second priorities, the highest qualified teacher was the #1 there, followed by strong curriculum, balanced literacy, and opportunities for intervention. We're seeing themes here. And then third priority overall pick was opportunities for enrichment and intervention, highly qualified teachers, and then equitable class sizes made its way into something that some families value as they filled out our survey. Ms. Petersak did state that there was a couple open-ended questions, and we went through and read every single one up until 10 a.m. this morning, and there were some themes that came out in the open-ended comments. One was, what are our buildings going to look like next school year? Are they going to stay the same what they are right now, or are they going to go back to they were before COVID? So that was like probably the biggest one that was on there. They had a lot of questions about what next year is going to entail in terms of building configurations. So we're hoping to have a recommendation by the next board meeting for what some of those options could be. A lot of families that are very knowledgeable and what's going on in most districts, they're worried about financial concerns and how we're going to pay for things that we're looking into right now and how to make it work right now. So making sure the budget is a part of their thought process in how we're going to make next year work if we're still following these protocols. How much are my kids behind academically and socially? Are there gaps? How are we going to fill the gaps? That was a big part of it. How are we going to incorporate STEAM activities, engineering, science, and all those enrichment opportunities into our regular curriculum? When are we going to get back to full-day learning? If it's not now, is it going to be next year? And then enhancing programs that we already have in place, like dual language or special ed programs at the elementary level, anything that enhances our curriculum and extracurricular activities. And then the one big thing that Ms. Peterzak says a lot is we got to find some time to make our newsletters kind of coexist with each other. You know, the way Miller communicates and the way Manning communicates. Is there a way to bridge the two so families that do have kids in both buildings have a better way of understanding what's going on in both buildings, or having the same communication go out to both? So some really good ideas that Ms. Peterzak has been trying to embed in my brain for a while, but even parents were starting to say, are there ways we can improve that communication piece? So just some overall themes from the open-ended comments.
So we wanted to tackle one of the biggest concerns, which is the elephant in the room of a lot of parents' minds, which were building options explored. It's not a new topic to this district. I think I was on a committee in 2013 and 14 that did a 10-year study, so I've been a part of it. It has a different weight than it did before because we have brought in full dual language through 7th grade right now. We have changing demographics, we have COVID hit, there are a lot of things for budget concerns. So we have talked about these things in school improvement conversations before COVID. In order for us to have equitable models in COVID, grade level centers allowed us to do that. And that was a big spacing and making sure that kindergartners at Miller and kindergartners at Manning all the way through 5th grade had equitable experiences. So the two models that we're exploring moving forward for right now is the current COVID model, which is grade level centers, K through 1 and 2 through 5. The question has come up of why not K through 2 and 3 through 5? Space. And then pre-COVID, we did have traditional models before. There were definitely hurdles we were coming up against, and so we wanted to have those conversations about what could it look like moving forward and be successful. There are lots of other options that we've considered. These are long-term and thinking about what it would take to make these happen. A K-5 building with the least amount of transition sounds amazing. I don't know the last time we passed a referendum, but in order to make that happen and feasible, and if it's something we really want to tackle, we're game for it. I think it's something that really we could talk about, where it would be located, what would we have to do in the interim, how quickly could it get it done, but it offers all kids in our small district in one building. So definitely some gains for that. One of the options that's brought up is dual coming to Manning. And in order for that to happen, we'd have to redo boundaries, and we might be redoing those boundaries a lot. If you were to just think right now, having dual language come over to Manning and sending Miller kids back in a traditional model would leave really a single section for most grades at Miller. And now we're creating some of the things we've been trying to get away from, which is having that collaboration of all kindergartner teachers, all special ed teachers in a developmentally appropriate way. So just something to think about, but a possibility. A couple other ideas we've thrown out there, but kind of it requires more conversation with peer colleagues outside of our two buildings, of looking at a pre-K and K model at Miller. Manning is a 1-4, and then a 5-8 model at the junior high. We've talked about having two buildings and thinking about what that could look like of using the junior high and the high school. I've been at the high school. I know the capacity is much larger at 1,200 than we have now. But when I really think about room to room, I don't know if that's feasible. But those are things that we could definitely have a conversation about. So in moving forward, parents want to know this at the top of their list. In thinking of how we're planning, we need a configuration to really move forward and think about how does that full day exist moving forward. So these were the options that we'd like to explore and provide more insight on March 16th.
So back to the SWOT analysis with the families in our both buildings as well as our staff. We developed some strengths and challenges for both a pre-COVID model and a post-COVID model. Some of the strengths that if we did go back to a K-5 building, Miller and Manning, families remain together is a really nice pro and a luxury for that, you know, we don't have at this moment. Building community inside the building, you know, K through 5, so 6 years of continuous growth. K-5 resources, having those resources at your fingertips. If you have a student that is maybe gifted and they need some resources in an upper grade, you have that in the building. Right now, if you're looking at a K-1 model, you're reaching over to Manning for some second, third grade materials. If our resources were housed in one building right now, which I think they're still all over the place. And then having role models. A big thing that both the parents and the teachers talked about was having the 5th graders become buddy readers with the 3rd graders, and having the 4th graders become mentors for the 1st graders, and having those connections where the 5 and 6-year-olds have models to look up to, seeing them in safety patrol and monitoring the hallways and helping out with crossing guards. So all those things are strengths that are there when you have a K-5 building and you have less transitions, as we were talking about earlier.
So some of the challenges that we face pre-COVID and now is goal alignment for the elementary and really taking ourselves to the next level. You know, coming together as one versus being divided allows for us to have common goals for the elementary that transition to the junior high and high school. I think that's one of the things we always talk about is how fully aligned we can be. Space within the buildings, we have, I think you can speak to it a little bit more at Miller of not having the space and Manning having the space. We've had some bubbles at Miller and discrepancies also in class size. So some having larger cohorts while at Miller they're really small, and what could happen if we have more equity in that. Funding within buildings, when you're talking about resourcing the needs of Manning and Miller, thinking about it developmentally and developmentally appropriately by grade level, and thinking about interventionists, special education, enrichment and gifted. Those are all things when you're dividing between 2 schools really become different. And then we have some limitations that are growing. Yes, we appreciate PLC times on Wednesdays. It is very limited to 1 day. And so those opportunities, it's been really powerful in COVID, and teachers overwhelmingly will say that time and time again. But even in a typical school year, it's those moments in between classes, leaving early in the morning or after school and at lunch when you can collaborate on those off times in addition to PLC or common plan times together. Interventions and enrichments I just spoke about. We also talked about class size, flexible grouping. So an example of when we take a grade level and think about what they need, we've heard WIN a lot. When you're planning for 6 grades and the resources you have in a building versus 2 grades and 4 grades in a building, and thinking about how much more support we can give during that time to kind of flood a grade and provide all that kids would need. And back to the overall planning for 6 grade levels is different. So thinking of a more targeted approach was something that we've discussed of how do we maximize that.
Yeah, and currently, the way that we are structured now is like under this grade level center model, and specifically me, since I haven't been part of the planning before, it's been my 2nd year here, I've kind of been able to see this model now with my fresh eyes per se, and seeing some of the strengths from what even through the pandemic, even through our COVID protocols, there's been strengths of the way we're distributing resources, specifically when our teachers are looking to plan with one another in curriculum, with their curriculum. We've been able to have all hands on board in terms of our additional staff members like special ed, and being able to have our TAs and all of those additional staff that help us for dual language, been able to get more peers to collaborate when it comes to the English time, so that in distribution of resources has been a strength. And that goes along with collaboration. You know, our teachers are now have a bigger PLC or a bigger network per se within the building now than they had before, including our dual language teachers. I know they were always a singleton, but even now they have more time to talk about things that they can collaborate among the languages as well. We've seen how despite our COVID pandemic, we've seen a community unify And there's a lot, we celebrate of diversity. For example, at Manning, all of our students now know the pledge in Spanish and in English, so you don't have to be a dual language student to know that. And being able to raise the banner of multiculturalism that was really big for the dual program is now expanding through the whole schools. And so things like that were not necessarily, not that they weren't happening, but we didn't have that opportunity. Because now we're all together, we have more ideas because there's more voices and more representation amongst the buildings. And so that is really exciting. And so with the strength as well as opportunities to have more intervention. Our small groups are really huge now. Our teachers are collaborating with that as well. There's talks about helping co-teaching that as well. And then having clubs and activities specifically catered to that age group within the grade level centers. But we've also seen some challenges that I think we mentioned it before, like how do we communicate from multiple buildings? If parents families have to have different students at different buildings, how do we increase the communication where it's easy for families to maneuver? And then also managing multiple students. I always get really impressed when we see parents in the car line going from Manning to Miller and then to the junior high. And then it is really sometimes very hard to maneuver different buildings, but that's been a concern or a challenge. And then again, we've said this before, our younger students or Miller students having that role model in the building, that might become a challenge as well. So those are some things that we are facing right now. But we're excited because on March 16th, which is right around the corner, just from taking everyone's feedback, analyzing everyone's voice, we want to recommend a plan for building configurations for the 2021-2022 on March 16th. And not only that, but we also want to prioritize our goals and looking to see what programs we need to expand, from hearing from the feedback from students and staff members and family, what can we put in our schedules that might look differently. So those are our next steps. And we look forward to March 16th after meeting with our SIP teams and continuing to talk to our parents, our staff members, our students to be able to bring a recommendation. All right.
So we know there's some questions out there. Not only that, but maybe some suggestions, because this is, it was designed to be a discussion item tonight, and we definitely want to hear your feedback as a board, so we can come prepared or more prepared as we prep for March 16th.
Well, I'm going to kick us off here. Thanks for the information very much. I know it's been a long night. I'm normally not long-winded, so I'll try not to be right now. The only thing that I'm concerned about with all this information here is it seems that we've only reached out to the current parents of the school district, and we need to reach out to the potential future parents of the school district. I know that would be difficult to do, and I'm not asking you guys to do it. I'm going to, in a moment here, ask our board what instruction we want to give to the superintendent. But I do know that I was one once, and that's why I'm sitting on this board, because they were never considered in the future plans, and they closed the school on us, as many of you know. So I think it's important that the entire community, not just the parents, but every stakeholder, any property owner, every registered voter in District 201, because they are the taxpayers of District 201, should have a say in this direction. I'm not saying that we would necessarily just do whatever they wanted us to do, okay, but I'm not hearing their opinion here. Okay, so I had written a lot of notes here. I'm not going to go through it all right now. Lindsay, you know I served in that committee with you back in 2013. So, I mean, I remember all the pluses and minuses, and I'm not going to give an opinion that way. I just think it would be important to know what the outside the school, you know, the immediate school community, how they feel. How do you feel about your home suddenly not being in a neighborhood school versus a grade level? So I know it's only a perceived property value, but it's real in some people's minds. And they are the people who fund this school. So, again, I don't know if there's other questions first, but I would like to ask the superintendent to instruct this team to have some additional information about the greater community's opinion, and even the parents. And I'm not sure how we would do it, just some type of survey online, Survey Monkey, something, but I do think we have to reach out to this other group that's not being reached out to. And that's just my opinion now for my fellow board members. And if we don't want to do it, if the majority says no, we move on, okay? But that's my opinion. I definitely think we need to do that.
Gary, I completely agree with you. I think we need the broader community's perspective. It is their taxpayer dollars. I guess my comment on that is I think we need to really think through how we go about asking those questions and when and what information the community is armed with when they're asked those questions. So that's the only, I don't have a solution to that, but I feel like it's important for us not to just lob a question out to the community that they're not armed to answer, other than based on maybe their comfort level. So that's where I feel like, I don't know how we get past that, but I think definitely the community, my opinion is that the community at large should be asked the question. I just want us to be really thoughtful about how we go about doing that.
Yeah, I also want to mention that obviously this is all, you know, assuming the two game changers come into play here, because obviously if COVID is still around next fall, I mean, then, you know, COVID dictates everything, right? Okay, so, but I know that that it's still a large discussion in the community. It was just all over social media again over the weekend. So that's how I know it's still out there. But again, and I agree, Laura, I don't know if I have a simple solution to your statement.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the same thing. I'd like the community's input. I question how we kind of put that, because I don't think it's necessarily as simple as, do we stay as Miller and Manning K through 5, or are we dual, or are we grade level centers? It sounds like if we stay as Miller Manning K through 5, redistricting will be required.
I'm sorry, say that again?
If we stay as Miller Manning K through 5 separate, that we will have to redistrict those schools.
Because of the overcrowding at Miller,
Yeah.
is what you're saying.
So I think, so there's some of those pieces of like, if we stay this way, okay, but that may mean that your grade school
Right.
that your house is in might be for a different grade school versus you're part of. So, and that's that piece that it is not just, and how do we put that to the community in a way that they're able to see the fiscal side, because as a taxpayer, I want to understand the fiscal side of it. I want the budget to be aligned. I also want my kids to have a great, like, I want all those things. I want my home value to go up. How do we put it in a way that we understand, if we do this, this is some of the potential outcomes. If we do this, this is some of the potential outcomes, so that the community can make a fully informed decision.
So I just want to caution us, though, if the question is how can you guys help clarify at this meeting or next board meeting? I just want to be clear that information hasn't come to the board of needing to redistrict. So I guess we just need to make sure, if that's a pro and a con, that we as the board have that information, because that would be really critical to know for making the building decision. I know you guys did teachers, and it doesn't have to be very comprehensive, but I'd love to hear just an overall one slide what the overall feeling of the staff are as well. That's one way that information would be great next meeting.
That was part of my question was what Leah was alluding to, was how is the community affected by this? And so that was very helpful to state that, like, is it redistricting, or does it affect other services in the community? How do other communities that have grade level centers, how does it affect their communities, I guess, as examples? That would be good to have.
Oh, yeah.
And I know we're an incredibly unique community in that, in a lot of ways, and that's one of them also.
I guess to help me, or I guess to clarify it a little bit better, maybe, I mean, I know it says elementary planning for the 21-22 school year, but it seems more permanent than that.
Yeah.
That's what my fear is, if this board on March 16th says, oh, well, for next year, we're going to do this, that's going to seem like a very permanent decision to the community.
Yep.
So somehow we have to either assure the community at that meeting that this is not permanent, this is only because we're probably still gonna have COVID protofications, and we wanna start planning for next year, and then we will have a greater discussion before the planning for the following year. Maybe that would be a better way to clarify, but this seems very, nope, we're moving to this, and that's it. That's why I think the community should be more engaged, so maybe that's what we need to say. I mean, I know it says, 21, 22, but maybe we have to add the statement that for the 22, 23 school year, there will be a greater conversation with the community to decide how we move forward from there, because we all know we're probably still gonna be in masks in September, right?
That's really
Okay.
fair, Gary.
I mean, I'm really hoping I'm wrong, Kevin, but I hope your 3-foot rule comes into place and you're,
Right.
okay, and you're the game changer there, but, I understand we have to make a plan for next year, and we can't wait forever and all this information, okay? And to bring it up, I guess, maybe I should have brought it up a few meetings ago. I think I knew this was coming up, but I didn't, but, now that I'm seeing it here, so, I mean, if to clarify everybody's, or help everybody here, maybe if we just clarified it that way, that this is just for the, unless we get these game changers in place, because we have to plan for this COVID existence, that we're going to do this for 21, 22, and then invite the greater community to a bigger conversation where we can have additional information about potential referendums or potential redistricting or things.
yeah.
Because, again, this just seems too final to me, and I can't, in good conscience, as a board member who's here because this happened to him, I could not do that to the community.
Yep.
I think that's such a great point, Gary, and I just think it's such a huge change. I appreciate everything that's happened here, and it is really cool to hear everybody's insights, for sure. But yeah, I think if we would give ourselves another year to really dig in and do some of the planning and get some of the information, I think we're positioned because of COVID to be able to stay how we're at for next year, and then be able to spend a little more time on the final decision.
Yeah, and I appreciate that perspective, which is not something
Yeah.
that I would necessarily have thought of, when, when South was closed, 10 plus years ago, is that piece of it. Yeah, we don't necessarily have to make the final decision. As much as I am not a fan of doing a boatload of work and then reversing all the work, because I'm really not a fan of that, but it does give us some more time to work through some of the budgetary concerns that the community has, that we have, some more time to figure out some stable financial pieces, right? Because we're getting all of this kind of unstable financing from the state and the federal government, and we're not really sure what's happening because of COVID, and to give us some more time to really kind of work through that piece of it. Yeah.
I just want to clear one thing. Our perspective, and I could be wrong, we were thinking long-term, so this wasn't just a plan for next school year. Just to get it out there and transparent, we want to look long-term, so we didn't, my interpretation of tonight's meeting was not just a plan for next school year and that's it. It was kind of next year and beyond. So I don't want that to be misleading in any way either.
Thank you.
We want to look long-term with strategic plan and everything, but we also want to be mindful and thoughtful, and having a lot more time to plan this out does give us, I think, a little fresh air maybe. But we're trying to work as fast as our brains can keep up with all the things and all the demands. So I just want to make sure that's out there in the open.
I think that's great transparency,
Yeah.
Tim, and I know the community appreciates that, and I think my personal opinion in this conversation right now is that we move forward and hear your recommendation, even in the next meeting. And I don't know that we have to vote on it for the long term or make a decision for the long term, but if you come to us next meeting and say, we feel like we have to do this, whatever your recommendation is for next year, but here's our long-term recommendation, I would be open to hearing that, but then I think we need to have the conversation of how do we fully vet that recommendation so that everybody's comfortable making a long-term decision. I mean, I'd be okay with that, so that we're not sort of saying, let's do this for one more year and then in a year reevaluate everything and come back to the table. I just don't know what the steps are going to be to evaluate it.
Well, I think the goal is looking long-term, what's sustainable. So if you think of South closing, we bring in a dual, and now we're looking at, at overcrowding at Miller. Let's think bigger picture. So I know a referendum is a huge undertaking, but when we come on March 16th, there are other options that we've laid out. Those take a long time to plan and think about money to make it happen. So those are things we should start putting on the table on March 16th, if not, the recommendation that we provide based on what we find. I think it's really important, or we're going to be stuck in a constant model of a reactive mode to solving problems. And that's the goal, is to find something that's really sustainable longer term.
We're looking
I
for
think-
win-win-wins,
Yes.
situations.
I think one of the points we want to bring up South and bring that comparison in here, but we're not talking in this situation of ripping a grade school away from a whole segment of our community and just leaving it vacant. Okay, so the two schools we have still exist, and as I think back over the years on the board, the kinds of issues we had, the overcrowding at Miller, with where we were trying to redo the kindergarten classrooms. Remember, we had to split because of the guidelines we had set, and that was a big problem. And we have the dual language that's very popular and everybody seems to like. And these, and we have, of course, our budgetary concerns. And we have the inequities in class sizes. Okay, these are big things that we've heard about, over the past couple of years. And so I'm willing to certainly look at this. I was never really in favor of grade level centers because it was generally too close to the time frame where there was already disruption. And I didn't want to see families then be shifted again, and I think enough time has passed now. It's a generation of students that have gone through our system post closing of South that I think we can easily have this conversation and kind of removing that piece a little bit from the discussion and really focus on what are the current issues and some of the things we talk about and come back to over and over again certainly are related to finances and that sort of thing, and it's worth definitely discussing. Well, for a future board, I'll say. It'd be good for you guys to discuss.
I think it's all worth discussing. Like, if you guys come back and say our recommendation is actually 1 K through 5, and we think you should go for a referendum, and we want to stay in grade level centers until we get to that point because of COVID and because of whatever. Like, I don't know how the rest of the board is feeling, but I feel like let's put it all on the table and you come back and tell us what you think really the best model is for this school district for our K through 5 students, or for our, elementary students. Yeah. And I don't want to dominate I'm looking around to see, like, are people agreeing with me, or are
Well,
there
I
other
think the
opinions?
discussion is fine, and I think the points that Gary brought up, we can tackle at next meeting and fine tune what specifically would we like to see. Because I think closing the loop on this decision is something we've talked about for a long time. And I said, what do we need, what information, what steps do we need to close the conversation and make a decision either way? I think is good, not trying to diminish, but to really hone in specifically what we want to see. What do we still need if we can't make a decision next meeting?
I do think closing the discussion for the 21-22 school year would be incredibly beneficial. And even keeping a potential long-term discussion open, because I think there's lots of parents who are, like, to quote a friend, living out of a suitcase of a school. Am I actually a Miller parent? Am I actually a Manning parent? And that's really challenging because that community piece of it. But I also, like, personally feel that as we get closer to summer, we get closer to fall. And I'm like, that what I said earlier about I want those kids in full day in the fall, like for the year, assuming that we are in COVID precautions for the full year is really important. I feel more and more every day that passes that we're still having trouble with vaccine distribution and, getting everybody through the ranks, and our numbers are kind of ticking up and ticking down. And makes me think more and more that we are going to have at least the majority of next school year in COVID style. And I'd like to close that for our parents and our PTOs, able to communicate a little bit better, figure out, different things. And then also, I think the board has all agreed, and in our self-evaluation, we all agreed that we wanted to take the district to the next level. And that's what we wanted to really do. And that the last 10 years we got up to here, and it's been amazing and crazy awesome. And our high school is number one, and our district is desired, and that's amazing. And now we wanted to see, how do we get it to the next level? And maybe that is doing a referendum and building a K-5 building. Maybe that is what that is. Yeah, and maybe this grade level centers is the 5-year solution in order to get there. But yeah, exploring those options for the longer term.
So it sounds like more discussion is needed at next meeting.
Yes.
Stay
I'd just make
tuned.
two quick comments
No.
on the next meeting presentation. Sorry, I know we still have other topics to cover, but, and you don't have to answer now, I'm just gonna make the comments. Was South School discussed at all in your options? Like, is there an option to have kindergarten at South School and then 1 and 2 at, I don't even know if that's feasible. I'm just throwing it out there. You don't have to answer it now. The other thing I would like to hear about when we talk more about grade level centers is, from the research that I've done, the research is really hard to find. But from the research I've done, the negative that has come out of that research is that grade level centers add a transition, and that transition can be challenging for students. So I would like to hear your, if that's, I think we should talk about that, and talk about that as, if you see that as a challenge, or if, a lot of the research is so old, maybe it's not a challenge, maybe it's been addressed, but I think it's worth us putting that on the table and talking about that.
I think after COVID, no transition.
1, 3, 12.
Yeah.
That's good though. That's the same research I'm reading as well.
To clarify something, so you guys mentioned funding, and I know that I asked this about Title IX funds a couple meetings ago, but doing grade level centers does not bring more funding into the district. It just redistributes our current funding. Is that correct?
Right.
Yeah, so it's not about getting more funds or getting more grants or getting more money from the state or the federal government, but it redistributes the money more equitably across our 4 schools. And then the other piece was just to understand or to put some framework around the 180 families who responded and the 55 teachers who responded. It's really helpful to see kind of what percentage of our families that is. 176, if me and my husband both filled it out, that's one family, but 2. So just kind of thinking through, like, how many of our families are represented in that? And then for community stuff as well, to see that percentage.
Do you want a little breakdown right now?
If you have it, like,
About
off the top of your head.
26% filled out, very few were double takers. So it was usually 1 per family.
Cool, thank you.
That's just rough. That's just skimming rough data.
Awesome.
Thank you for bringing energy to this presentation that
Yes.
started at 10
thank
something.
you.
And, 10:42. Thank you very much.
All right,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Okay, the next item on the agenda was requested, Leah.
Yep.
And so I'm gonna suggest maybe we move it to the next meeting, but if you want to give an overview of it, or,
Yeah,
you know.
how about I just do a real quick overview, and you guys can all read my email on the Google Docs, and so can the community can read my email on the Google Docs. Just something that I have been thinking through around the information that I'm not getting, but not by anybody's fault. In the union discussions in the city of Chicago, Mayor Lightfoot said something that really caught with me, and she said the students and parent voices are being drowned out in kind of all of the talks of trying to get the kids into school, and that really kind of hit me. Not that I feel like our parents and student voices are being drowned out, but I don't necessarily feel that they are being amplified by their stakeholders, which would be the parents. And so just kind of playing around with what we could do. We currently have in our agenda a superintendent's report. Kevin kind of always reports back. And what what I'd like to kind of discuss is adding in like a SIP team report, and maybe down the line also a staff team report. And maybe that's a WTA report or something along those lines. Not necessarily at every single meeting because SIP teams meet like once a month, but having a parent representative from the SIP team just report back in on like what the SIP team has their finger on this month and kind of what they're working on from a parent perspective. And I want to be very, very clear. I do not think that the administration is not communicating the parents and the students' needs at all, not even kind of. Part of the administration's job is to have the administration glasses on, and that naturally changes how that information, we've all played the game of telephone, that naturally just changes it. It's by nobody's fault and nobody's doing it on purpose. So I'd like to amplify the voices that are in our community, and I think it's a potential easy thing that we could do pretty quickly as part of our long-term strategic plan. So just have a longer discussion about that. That's it. Okay. Which I'm happy to have next meeting. We'll have a meeting after.
We'll to be continued.
Yeah.
Then. Okay, monthly financials and summer maintenance.
Okay, we're gonna make this very quick. You've all seen the financials every month, so just a quick highlight. We received $417,000 from the state. We received another installment of the 2019 tax levy. Pretty much the final one. We might receive a little bit of money here and there further down the road, but $24.6 million to date, a 99.69% collection rate. It was 99.7 the year before and 99.83 the year before that. So there's $77,000 of uncollected taxes, a little bit more than probably normal, but hopefully we'll see that coming up. And then I think the other big highlight for the month of January was that we did finally receive the second quarter transportation payments. So that's really it. Does anybody have questions on the rest of the financials? Okay. All right, then when we go to the summer maintenance projects, so we have not had our our facility meeting yet. We will be scheduling that in the very near future, but just kind of giving the board an update of the things that we've already talked about in prior meetings and things that were approved when we approved the budget. So right now we're working on several projects that have already been, quote, pre-approved. So we had pre-bid meetings for the building automation system at Westmont High School. And we also had the pre-bid meetings for the plumbing projects that are part of our school maintenance project grant and part of the 10-year life safety survey projects that need to be done. So those projects will be going out to bid in March, and so we'll be bringing those to you to approve either at March or April board meeting, so that then those projects can take place over the summer. And then Joe is also working on some of the other life safety items that were found out in the survey that we need to do some sprinkler replacements and things like that. So he's working on getting quotes, finalizing that. There's a few doors that need to be replaced at some of the buildings. He's working on that. And then if we can ever find a mason to do tuck pointing, we've got a little bit left on that project as well. And then our next biggest project that we need to address after our life safety things are done, and we'll see how much, if any, working cash funds that we have left, then we'll go through and it's the HVAC system at the junior high. So, and depending upon what our needs are with, student achievement and things like that, we are going to get another round of CARES Act money, but some of that, it might be able to go toward HVAC project as well. So we'll just have to kind of see really where our needs are what kind of fundings we have, how we want to utilize our Title I funds next year, et cetera. So, anyway, does anybody have any other questions on that? Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Kim. Okay, item number 7 is just a policy for people to review first time around, so that'll come back next meeting for approval. We have one action item, and that is the retirement of certain policies. And Kevin, these were the ones that were older that were...
Right. These are policies that are unique to our district. And then in consulting with Jeff Galitz, these are policies that are either covered by current policies that we already have in place or legal statutes. So he's recommended retiring these policies.
Okay, very good. So the chair will entertain a motion to retire policies 690, 840, 850, and 860 as presented.
So
So
moved.
move. Second.
A roll call, please.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
Ms. Stromeyer?
Yes.
Ms. Conover?
Yes.
Mr. Armstrong?
Yes.
Ms. Coyle?
Yes.
Ms. Hoover?
Yes.
Ms. Redonio?
Yes.
Okay, Kevin, anything additional tonight?
There's information regarding kindergarten registration, which will be starting Tuesday, March 10th through Friday, March 13th, and then Monday, March 16th, and Tuesday, March 17th, 9 to 11, and 1 to 3 at Miller. And again, parents can call to make an appointment if those dates and times don't work. And then just piggyback on what Kim had said earlier about custodians, I was already going to mention that if some of our committee listening, if they're looking for part-time, full-time job, feel free to apply. Or even if some of our parents, you have a recent high school grad or even a high school student who you're looking for them to work, we can probably accommodate some part-time, job sharing with the custodial positions. So we're definitely open to those opportunities. So feel free to encourage your young person to apply. And then last thing I have is we're working on our staffing for the 21-22 school year. And just because of the timing of everything, I was checking to see if the board would be available for a special board meeting on March 23rd. And I'll be prepared to present our staffing plan for the 21-22 school year. Just checking, it looks like
I'm available.
Yeah.
Yep.
as long as we have 4. That's all I have.
All right, very good. Any board reports?
May I ask a question? Sorry.
Okay.
After all of that, though, are we supposed to give a recommendation for what they're doing for the fourth quarter? Like option 1, option B,
Yeah, how are we closing the loop, is your question?
Yes. I think that they're looking for our recommendation. And I don't know, I'm new, I don't know what the parameters are for a special board meeting, but do we need to meet next Tuesday to do that? Because I'm not sure that now is the time to make that recommendation. Oh, wait, but when is the 8th? Not next week.
No, next week is the 2nd.
Well, why wouldn't we just make that decision at the 16th?
Because the 8th,
It's past the
It's past the
The
past the return
fourth
from
starts on the
spring
8th.
Oh,
break.
So I thought the items that were coming, that they talked about for the 8th, I thought that was pretty much done.
except like Lindsay had 2 choices, and she said her options were 1 or 2, and
Yeah.
then
Okay.
John
Right.
Jonak said he had options A or B, he prefers
Right.
B.
I mean, I know what I would suggest for all of them, but I don't know if everybody else was kind of like,
Sure. So I think there was also something that we should not talk about now at length, but what are we even deciding? I mean, there's some confusion about, are we keeping this, the recommendation of the admin was to do this the whole first quarter, and then there was some, should we?
This is what I glean, and if this is not accurate, then
Sure.
let me know. From comments and questions from the board, it seems like March 8th, adding Wednesday, is the consensus of the board.
Yes.
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 The board would also like, though, to hold out the option to review the remainder of fourth quarter, and I'm thinking spring break timeline,
Yeah.
based upon what's going on with the vaccine and
Yes.
the current positivity rates. And
Yeah. However, I mean, because they all were so they're so different in these unique ways. I'm so sorry to keep everybody, but I feel like based on logistical capabilities and also just the different learning models and how the learning looks in each building, I mean, my recommendation would be essentially for Miller to, add Wednesdays, Manning add Wednesdays. The junior high, I feel like what they're doing with their Wednesdays makes sense to me, and those kids are in the building. And the high school, I like what they're going to do. However, I feel strongly they need to add an instructional day on that Wednesday. Like, I think they need to add those Wednesdays too,
They really can't because they're in an A-B schedule, so which group are you gonna bring in on Wednesday?
But the A, you just rotate.
I don't know, I think,
That would throw off
Yeah.
everybody. Like, right now, they're a Monday, Thursday, or a Tuesday, Friday. If you did a rotate, then every other week, they'd be Monday, Thursday,
Very
Tuesday.
common. It's very common. You just keep rotating back and forth.
I agree with the.
So much, that Wednesday is killing me.
I don't think it was very detailed, like his Wednesdays, but I also thought that it's not a traditional, like he was saying, what I took from that, it's not a traditional instruction day, but it is instruction. And they have, I just think they have a formula of what they've been doing and how, their fourth quarter is intensive, he said, and they take that and it's guided towards, their testing and their AP time. That's still instruction, so that's still time. I don't know.
So
Making it fit something that looks great to us, that fits a picture. I don't know if it's going to satisfy the great things that they do already, just to make it look like this traditional time. I don't know.
in the spirit of compromise, can I propose something to get us to move to fruition? So how about we encourage our elementary students, schools to add a Wednesday for the junior high and the high school as of tonight. We hold that off, right? And we have a further discussion at another meeting about what framework we're going to use after spring break, if we want to explore some full day options, and the continued discussion about Wednesdays. I think it's almost 11 o'clock, it's hour 5.
I agree, but we weren't clear on what they needed to do, and I think we need to be clear.
Just at Manning, noon. I think that
And
noon is,
Manning noon.
I think that noon at Manning is important, not just the
So we
Wednesday.
don't know the cost of the buses there. We don't know the buses.
Yeah,
We can do it,
They can add the Wednesday, no problem. If you remember, Lindsay
Yeah.
said
Right.
to go to noon would take a little bit more time.
yeah, if the bus, it provided all the bus stuff, I think that's a, yes.
Works because we have tiered routes.
Yes.
So that's because the bus may run an elementary, but then run into the junior high
Yep.
morning and afternoon, so there
Yep.
may be.
Yeah, just provided it works.
So I'm asking for the framework of possible spring break. I am also asking for Wednesdays for the junior high and high school to be added as agenda items at the next meeting. I am also asking for, I'm gonna keep asking for what I want. So for an academic, I had asked for the next 4 meetings, could we have a presentation by the admin? I want to be respectful of the admin's time, though, and if they can't come because they've got childcare, they can just even give you an update to give to the board, would be fine, because I want to be respectful of their time. But I don't feel like, as a board member, I know enough about how we're doing academically and where we need to go, and when we're talking about budgeting and CARES funding and everything else. I think that's something the board needs to understand over the next few months.
I just don't know if I agree with all that, but I'm not going to be here for all those months, so. Well, and I don't mean it that way. How are we going to know different academics 2 weeks from now, 3 weeks from now? They're just going to give us the same report again. They're going to make us, what new testing program came up between now and then?
So what I'm actually hoping for, I'm so happy you brought that up, Gary, because that's not what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for another report on
Use the word
iReady.
academic update.
Pardon?
You just said academic update.
Yes. What I'm looking for is, outside of standardized testing, what I think some other board members had also discussed, was outside of just iReady, what are some of how many students do we feel like we're at grade level? For example, the summer programming, each grade level has to decide these core standards of what students are gonna ask for intervention to do the summer programming for the whole county. So, hey, how many students do we have in each of those grades? What, is math struggling more in general for which grades, or is reading? It doesn't have to just be on iReady scores. Just a more global understanding.
I think that more global is, yeah,
You know
what we
that-
got tonight was overwhelming, but I'm not sure we necessarily need it at every meeting, but,
I'm not sure how that's more global. That seems more on the dance floor to me.
I'm not looking to direct it. I'm looking to understand it and how the board can support it. I'm not looking to comment on math instruction.
I think, what I'm hearing, I think is, we're not only, doing iReady, but there's also, local, assessments that we do to see where students are at the various standards and so forth. And so it could be at the elementary level, what percent of students are reading at grade level, you know, for each grade level. It can be, the principals can weigh in on where they see student growth in math, where they see student growth in reading, writing, and where they see the bigger gaps. You know, I can see if we're at a point now where we could start to say we're anticipating X number of students being recommended for a summer learning program, but I think it's more.
And it's just starting the conversation about, so if we have the gaps, what are the building principles? What sort of things can we be proactive about looking at the next 6 months? Not that we make those decisions as the board, but we just want to be involved and hear what the schools are thinking about doing and how we can support that financially with, with
I hear what you're
dollars.
saying, because a lot of them said they do intensive reviews of each student every week. So what is, like,
Are they seeing themes? Are they
Yeah.
seeing the same things? Are they getting better at things?
Yeah, I mean, I'm good with what Dana's saying. I guess what I'm struggling with in my brain, and it's just because it's so darn late, is what's the right frequency of that?
Sure.
Like, I feel like, no offense to the iReady data, but I got as much or more from just hearing the principals say, this is what's going on in my building, and this is what I'm seeing academically. So I feel like it's even just, it doesn't have to be something that's time intensive for
Sure.
them, I guess is what I'm trying to say. It can be, I think, like high level.
And I was thinking of what I was anticipating is not every single meeting, every school, but just one school does one brief thing before the end of the school year is what I'm really looking for. It could be 5 minutes.
Just to keep us dialed in.
Exactly.
For 5 minutes.
No, it's not.
But I do want to, I'm sorry, guys, I know it is late. So you said framework after spring break. What do you mean by that? Like, do you mean, are we switching from what we just talked about to something more?
I think we need to make a final decision if the discussions we're having are final to the end of the school year, or if we're open to, is our framework, we're open to opening up full day, or is, from what we heard tonight, that not something that we should pursue? Not at 11 o'clock at night at a next meeting.
I'm good with that too. And the only thing about the Wednesdays that I wanted to say is, I actually feel like we could maybe make a decision about the junior high tonight and not have to have John come back. Like, I feel like what they presented and the thing they're doing currently on Wednesdays is very valuable
I
to
agree,
Jess's point.
100%.
And I don't feel like I need more information to give John the feedback that they could stick with that plan, at least until we talk about what's the after spring break framework. I do feel like with the high school, I'm not clear and could use more discussion on that.
I agree. I would appreciate more discussion about the high
So
school.
the high school was bringing the students in more frequently.
Right.
So I would
Allowing-
like to see
right.
that happen if that's something that can happen sooner rather than
Yes.
waiting for us to then meet yet again.
I agree.
Oh,
Let's give
absolutely.
them the green light on that, but
Absolutely.
what is happening on those Wednesdays plus those afternoons, it's a lot of this sort of like free, not free, but flexible
It's not
time
clear.
where their teachers are not just like with them one-on-one, in the class, discussing something, learning something, whatever.
I understand
Not
where
every
I
student
totally
is
understand where you're
involved.
coming from, looking at the hours and the time in this, but I do have to say, I kind of trust Jack. He
Yes.
has brought us from a very distant past to a very successful present, and I am okay with that leeway for this time frame. You know, as each meeting goes by, the end of the school year is getting closer and closer, and we're going to be arguing over whether we should go full days when there's 3 weeks left in the school year.
I've given up on the full days.
So I don't.
I've up on the full days.
I don't wanna-
But
I
yeah,
don't-
I would like, you know, as a building administrator and a high school teacher, I know what they're doing. I did it. I mean, we did half days. We did flexible Wednesdays. We, you know, we've done the whole thing, and I've seen firsthand what helps our students. And so I trust Jack too. I'm not trying to discredit anything that he's done. I think he's done amazing things. I know those kids would benefit from a little bit more class time. So that's all.
Okay. So, but we're talking about, recap that for us, Kevin, will you?
All right,
We need more info from the high school,
right, so.
clarity around the high school.
So the green light for Manning and Miller to incorporate Wednesdays, starting March 8th. Holding off on extending the Manning Day until Kim can find out about transportation.
Yes, but is the board reached consensus that if Kim gets the green light for transportation, we will go with the Manning increase in school day
Yeah, and I
to
think
noon?
Lindsay's on board.
She brought up something else. I just have to review it that I just question about that extending the day too, but I think that's just getting more information.
Junior high continue with what they're currently doing.
Yes.
The high school start to incorporate their flexibility for students, but the board would like more information about the Wednesday, the structure of Wednesday,
Plus those afternoons.
and plus the
What is the
afternoons.
difference between those two and, yeah, what's happening there? And how many students are involved? All or just some?
Some graphs.
Some graphs.
I love
Impressed your
I love
ability to
tables.
summarize that,
Yeah.
Kevin.
Yeah.
At this hour.
You are
Okay.
impressive.
That is impressive.
I think we have a public comment.
We do.
Oh.
You sat here the whole time.
Had I known you were just waiting for this, I would have called you a long time ago. So sorry. Okay.
Go.
Do this to you because it's 11. I wasn't going to do this. I'm Lisa Lance. I'm a parent, a Manning parent. I just wanted to say to you in person, I want to encourage you. I feel sad that not week or by week or whatever this is, every time you meet, there's some public comment that says, shame on you. And I want to say, you're working really hard, just like everyone else that they've talked about, right? The custodians and the staff and the admin, you guys are working really hard. We see that, we appreciate that. You are a trustworthy group, and I appreciate that. I also want to encourage you, we have a really, like our biggest blessing and our biggest curse, I think, as a district is our size and how much input we receive from the schmoes like me who don't actually know anything. So I want to encourage you guys to be empowered to make decisions. You are in this position because people thought you were worthy to be in this position, right? Just like the admin have a letter of expertise that ordinary folks don't have. And so I feel like some ways you guys have been so accommodative that we've continued what is happening as a whole, country and world right now of the what's happening next? I don't know. Are we going to go on that vacation? Are we not? Let's see what happens. What's going on with the numbers? I think making decisions for the quarter and saying, you know what? People probably aren't going to be able to have that vaccine. We're going to make this decision for the whole quarter, as opposed to we're going to do 2 weeks and then we're going to see if we can do full day or too late in the game for that. And so I think you guys are really trying. You're hearing all the people saying, we want full day, and you're trying to leave the door open a little bit just in case they can get that. But at this point, we got to be realistic. And I think it actually helps people do healing for you to say, I appreciate you're saying, we're not going to make a 10-year plan for grade level centers. But I think for you to say, this is what we're doing for next school year and plan for it, 201, actually helps people to feel more settled and more safe and more secure than the on again, off again, will we, won't we, kind of stuff. So I just want to empower you to do that. I appreciate that you listen to our voices, but you are where you are for a reason. You can make some decisions and we can figure out what to do. We're a community. So if it doesn't work for a family, they can get other families to help them. I don't know. That's my 2 cents. Sorry, it's really late. Good night.
Thank you. That was a lovely public comment.
Thank you, and that is an excellent
Thank
reminder.
you.
Okay. Future meetings, basically the biggest thing is the Teacher Institute Day. We have Teacher Institute Day on Friday. We have kindergarten registration, March 5th and March 8th through the 12th. Parent-teacher conferences coming up in March on the 11th. And let's see, we got March and 12th, sorry. And then our next school board meeting is the 16th, and that will be here.
And the 12th is not a school day, because I don't think it says
Doesn't-
parent-teacher conferences,
Okay.
but it doesn't say no school that
Oh,
day.
no
attendance. No attendance
It is
day.
not a school day. So
Okay.
note for the calendar.
All right. There will be no closed session return. Chair will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed?
Nay.
Gary.
Meeting adjourned.
Oh my gosh.